Frontier Flight 2396, ready for IF or clearance to Buffalo Niagara Airport. Frontier Flight 2396, Fort Myers clearance, cleared to Buffalo Niagara Airport.
Hello?
Departure, via transition.
It's the 300.
Climb via SID.
What's up, Tony? What's up, Devin, Nikki, Ken?
Squawk tree 4. Cleared to Buffalo Niagara Airport. Seashell 7 departure, via transition, then is filed. Climb via SID. Departure frequency 134.425. Squawk.
Alrighty, yeah,
Frontier Flight 2396.
I'm finally gonna try the 330.
2396. Read back correct.
It's been a little bit.
Contact ground 121.9er when ready for pushback or engine start.
Ooh, Huckleberry. Thanks for 4 months, dude.
Ground 121.9er when ready for pushback or engine start.
Let's go.
Frontier Flight 2396. Thanks.
All right, sorry, just checking my volumes and stuff. Everything
Great
seems
success.
okay.
Very nice you are now.
Very
Big
nice.
time. Couch Captain, yes. Thank you, Huckle63 Ari, for stay 4 months. You are true friend of channel and brave flyer in the Microsoft Flight Simulator skies.
True.
High five.
Yep. Look at all those overlapping, look at all the parking. This is just beyond ATC. They're all on top of each other. Sweet. Happy Monday. Happy Sunday. It is Sunday at 2 p.m. What's up, Cavo? Huckleberry, thanks again for 4 months on the Twitch, dude. Appreciate that. Alright, I already got the route and everything in. I'm still on Sim Update 3 Beta. We'll see how the A330 does here. I got Beyond ATC going. Elevate is going. We got New Sky going. I have the injector on just in case. And yeah, let me grab the flight plan for my personal notes over here. Alright, there we go. I missed the joke? Oh. What's up, Brian? How you doing? Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for hanging out. I haven't set this plane up at all, so I'm guessing SimBrief is not going to work. Oh. Alright, it's already got my SimBrief stuff in it somehow. Sweet. Couch 323. Operating as Delta Airlines or whatever. Alright, this is the dashboard. Okay. We got the METARs clear here. Gusting 26 knots at JFK. Flight plan, cool. Ground. Okay, we got the GPU. So does that mean we have the GPU and no chocks? I guess it does. Probably should have the chocks on. Hello? Okay. Off to a good start. Can't turn the chocks on, I guess. I mean, we probably should have chocks before we're ready to push and start, but whatever. Alright, payload. SimBrief. It is in pounds. Let me change it to kilograms. Trying to standardize around kilograms again. Let me re-import just to make sure that it's doing it in kilograms. Kilograms, okay. SimBrief. There we go. And apply load. Instant. Okay. It's cool how some of the windows are up and some of them are down.
Frontier Flight 4134, Ready for IFR clearance to Long Island MacArthur.
MacArthur. I think I applied the load, so I think we're good here. CG, we got our
Fort Myers clearance.
0 fuel weight
Cleared to
CG,
Long
and then our,
Island
I guess, our
MacArthur.
takeoff CG.
Seashell 7 departure with a VIAP transition.
Live gross weight, 0 fuel
Climb
weight.
via SID.
Alright, panel
Departure
state, I guess
frequency
we're on
13,
GPU.
4.425.
And then
Squawk
takeoff
5531.
conditions. Okay. Since this is any builds, I know that they're gonna mess
Cleared
up all
to
the
Long Island
cameras, so...
MacArthur.
Okay, this is
Seashell 7
shift
departure
1,
with
2,
a VIAP
whoa, that's
transition,
2?
then is filed.
3, okay,
Climb via
4,
SID.
5, none of them
Departure
looking directly at the
frequency
CDU yet.
134.425. Squawk
Why do I...
5531.
Okay, I really don't need these
Frontier
cameras,
flight
and there's number
4134.
9, and there's number 10. No overhead
Frontier flight
camera.
4134.
Brilliant,
Pushback
guys,
correct.
brilliant. I mean,
Contact
what could
ground
be,
121.9
why would you
when
need to
ready for
use...
pushback or engine start.
Why would you need to use the MCDU or the overhead when flying the plane? I don't know.
Frontier flight 4134.
What is wrong with them? What is wrong with any builds in their cameras? I don't understand. I bet they put it in the non-accessible, like cameras 11, 12, 13, 14. This is 10, so I'm out of numbers. But I have a next camera button. So this is 11, 12. Okay, camera 13, which I can't access because I only have 10 numbers on my keyboard, is this, I guess. This should be like number 1. Okay. 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 Oh god, what is wrong with these people? What are those? Okay, yeah. I'll just use this for a pre-saved camera, I guess, because I don't understand these developers, dude. Okay. Any builds is like the worst at making preset cameras. I don't know what their deal is.
American 1866, ready for IFR clearance to
I'm not sure if they actually play this sim or not. That should be okay. So we're using one of our 4 cameras for a camera they should have made.
Cleared to Philadelphia Airport.
As usual with any
Seashell 7
builds,
departure with
the
a
bathroom
transition,
camera, there
then
probably is
filed.
one.
Climb via SID.
Okay, that
Departure
should
frequency
be okay.
134.425.
Alright, I think that'll be
Squawk
fine.
1632.
Alright, let's get the GPUs on. I'm already tracking in New Sky.
Cleared to Philadelphia Airport. Seashell 7 departure with the VIAP transition. Dennis.
Alright, navs. Get all the pumps on. APU battery, crew supply. Emergency exit lighting, seat belts, no smoking auto. Where's the lighting in this guy? Alright. Must be down here. Alright, did that do the overhead lighting? Yeah, okay. Alright, sweet. It's all starting up. What the hell? Oh my god. What is wrong with these people? Look, if you use an instrument camera, the sound turns off. What? Oh god. Everybody said how good this plane was, so I was excited to fly it, and holy crap, what is wrong with this thing? I can't use any instrument camera presets. It turns the sound off. What? Can't make this stuff up. I don't understand. So what am I supposed to do? Oh my god. Sim update 3? I don't know. I mean, I assume you guys have used the instrument cameras before. Yikes. Maybe I'm not gonna fly this plane. This is so annoying. 10 custom cameras? Custom cameras are not the same as instrument cameras. Custom cameras do not fix themselves to the instruments. Therefore, if you're in a turn, turbulence, a bump, anything like that will move your mouse cursor, whereas an instrument camera, which is exactly what they're made for, looks at a pre-focus spot relative to the instruments, so your mouse cursor does not move around at all. That's why they're called instrument cameras and why they're in every single default plane. And any developer worth their salt will make these cameras good. You can see AnyBuilds has added 20 of them. The problem is that they don't realize that most people have 10 numbers on their keyboard. And those 10 numbers, they for some reason did not make any of these first 10 cameras look at the MCDU or at the overhead panel. They used instrument cameras 11 through 20 for that stuff. And so most people will not have the ability to use those cameras without customizing their keyboard settings and then routing their keyboard settings in other planes that properly use cameras 1 through 10 as the best cameras or the most used cameras. So no, it is very different than custom cameras. Also, in Microsoft Flight Sim 24, you have 4 custom cameras by default. You use them with Shift F1, F2, F3, F4. You set them with Shift F5, F6, F7, F8. And those custom cameras should be reserved for things that you generally, you know, don't have to have bound. They're called custom cameras because they should be very custom to the person's preference. AKA not the things where people usually need to set cameras. That's why they're custom cameras. The instrument cameras should be preset for very obviously needed things in the plane. AnyBuilds is one of the worst developers at this. They notoriously do not make any cameras for their overheads, their EFBs, even in the A350, so you have to waste your custom camera positions on things they should have put in themselves. And the instrument camera views are great because if you're ever in a turn or anything, if you use this as a custom camera, the plane will move underneath your mouse cursor. If you use the instrument camera, your mouse cursor will stay exactly where you point it relative to that instrument. So it's useful because it's stabilized to the instrument. I could leave my mouse cursor right here in a crazy hard bank all of a sudden, and my mouse cursor would still be on this button, so I could precisely hit it. So it's very, very different. And and AnyBuilds is just bad at it. They just don't understand what they're doing. So I don't think I can fly this. I can't use the instrument. I mean, I'm gonna have to turn and zoom in or waste all my custom cameras, I guess, on stuff they should have programmed in. This should be like camera 1 or 2, but it's not. So I have to waste a camera on this and a camera on this. Yikes. And I can't use the instrument cameras because of the sound problem. Alright, I'll use it once maybe, and then this is gonna be really annoying. Yikes. As usual, AnyBuilds, yikes. ATC menu. Oh god. Okay, so I have to use 3 of my custom cameras because I'm gonna need 1 for the EFB. I pretty much won't have any custom cameras left. So good job. Good job, AnyBuilds. Ooh. That's why you never buy a new plane? Oh, this is a default plane. This is the default A330 that AnyBuilds and Microsoft made, so. But yeah, no attention to detail. I mean, yeah. The sound issue happens with this plane on Sim Update 2. Ugh. Yeah, good thing it was $0. Oh my god, I'm gonna do that the whole stream. Sorry, it's blame AnyBuilds. Okay, I think those are set. Alright, let's database June 12th. Okay, that's good. Let's go to a init request. Hopefully SimBrief works. Alright. KRSW to JFK. IRS should be init. Oh, pulled in the cost index. That's good. Okay, wind. It pulled in the wind. That's also good. Okay, nice. That is nice. Alright, 0 fuel weight, so I'm pretty sure AnyBuilds doesn't usually let you send the payload to the FMS, so either we double tap to, hopefully we just tap it to pre-fill it. Yeah, okay, nice. Nice, okay, that's real fast. Alright, that's good. And let's double check here. 162 for zero fuel weight. The CG should match what's over here. Zero fuel weight CG 26.7. Hello there. How did nobody understand this, find this in testing? Because they probably don't really fly the planes. They're probably just not simmers. I don't know. I mean, you fly it once. No, I don't have 10 custom cameras, not without going through and setting all sorts of custom shortcuts that I shouldn't have to set. If I have to go in and set custom, like, find new key combinations to make more custom cameras that are not in the default 4 custom camera settings, then it's the developer's fault, not my fault. It becomes my problem. The developer should make good instrument cameras. That's it. Nobody should have to set custom cameras. Because since 2020 release, there have been all the cameras we need. We have all the instrument view cameras, which are set by the developer. They need to set them at things that people need, overhead panel included. Builds doesn't seem to understand that the defaults are only 10 positions, not 20 positions. We also have fixed cameras. Again, most developers suck at setting these. Builds is one of the worst. Phoenix is also very bad at using the fixed cameras. These cameras are for looking over the wings, looking outside as passengers, in or outside of the plane. So you can see they've set some of them. I don't know why some of them are so zoomed in like this. It's really awkward. But again, these are cameras that they can set, so none of us have to set any custom cameras at all. Our custom cameras would be, you know, weird cameras that people don't normally set. But of course, everybody needs cameras that look at the correct instruments, especially the ones we use all the time, like the overhead and the FMS. And almost everybody is going to want wing views and cinematic views, which is what these custom ones are for. So these are pretty good. Look, this one and this one, these are usable. Those are good. So they do have a couple in this case, but most developers suck at doing this. PMDG does a great job at setting these cameras, and all of their cameras actually. So does Fly-by-Wire. Builds is one of the worst. Phoenix is also bad at it. They have no inside cameras. So it's up to the developer. None of us really need to set any custom cameras if the developer does their job, but too many of them do not do their job. They seem to not understand what the cameras are for after almost 5 years of this sim being out. So I have to set 3 of my 4 default available custom cameras because they didn't do their job and set good primary cameras. I mean, they broke it with the sound, I guess so. Anyway, maybe the developers should learn to set cameras properly, and then we wouldn't have these issues. Someday they'll learn, but probably not. Okay, we got our inits page set. Let's do our flight plan. Let's get our clearance. We'll let the AI do it. Is it a win or a fail? I mean, there's some really annoying bugs that are a fail. The fail is you can't open the Lido or the FMS or the Lido or the Lido charts or the FAA charts in the EFB. It'll crash the sim if you open a chart. The 777-200 will crash you if you even try to choose it from your list in the planes, but besides that, it's not bad. The best thing is you can download all your content locally, so that's the huge awesome part about it.
Couch 323 heavy.
Couch tree 23 heavy, read back correct. Contact ground 121.9er when ready for push or start.
Ground 121.9er.
All right, so we got squawk 6443. The sound. 6443 climb via the Seashell 7. Oh god, yeah, I think I'm gonna fly this plane once and then be done with it. This is ridiculous. 6443. I don't know how you guys deal with this that have been flying this thing. Yeah, the ATC does seem a little better. The default ATC, yeah, agreed. And the sounds are pretty good too. If you listen to the like voices and stuff, the sounds, yeah. I guess they don't know how to program instrument cameras. I don't know. I mean, Any Builds is not known for making very, very high quality planes, so it's not a surprise to me. They're usually like middle tier kind of stuff, so it's not really surprising, unfortunately. Never experienced that problem flying the 330. Somebody said it's in the sim update. It's in sim update 2 as well. I mean, you must be doing something wrong if all the other planes still work in sim update 2 and sim update 3, but your plane has really super weird bugs like this. So you have to be doing something different that the other developers aren't doing that causes your plane to have bugs. Like, why does every other plane work? Where do you download content? In your library, you can now download it instead of streaming. So it's more like Flight Sim 2020. So if you're on Sim Update 3 Beta, you can go to Marketplace, Library, and then anything that's streamed in, you can choose. You can tick everything and download it locally. So you're not streaming as much stuff in over the online internets. The A321 doesn't have the sound issue. Weird. You never use instrument cameras on Xbox. Oh, man. Yeah, instrument cameras save the most time. Like, they're like the #1 way to move around the cockpit, in my opinion. You never looked at the content screen? Oh. Yeah, that's how you manage all your add-ons and what's installed or not, what's enabled or disabled. If you paid for, if you paid for Deluxe Premium, or Aviators Edition, you have to go in there to enable all the extra planes you got, all the extra airports you got. All that stuff is in the content manager.
Fort Myers ground. Pushback and engine start approved. Face southwest.
Okay, so charts, I guess I'm gonna have to use Navigraph because the EFB is broken. So let's import the flight. What's up, Underdog? I mean, maybe it's just this 330, 300 only with these engines. Maybe like if I pick any other variant, it won't. I mean, listen, even when you go outside. Like, what the heck? All the sound stops when you leave the plane. I don't understand. Is it a setting? This is a good setting. Use 0 fuel weight entry instead of passenger and cargo values. Every single plane should do this. External cameras have sound for you, just not instrument.
Sun Country 179.
I think it's just because, maybe it's just because right now, like, the plane's not started, so we're not hearing any external sounds. Like, that could be it.
Sun Country 179.
And we'll get the APU on.
Runway 24 taxi via Alpha. Bravo. Runway 24 taxi via Alpha. Bravo. Sun Country 179.
Alright, APU master switch on. I did try to load the 777 and it does, just like you guys said, just verified it for myself. It just crashes as soon as you click it in the selector. So, alright, let's take a look at the SID over here, the Seashell 7. We just need our top altitude up here. Southwest Florida International, 4,000 feet for the top altitude. Alright, 4,000 feet. I'll get the flight directors on. Maybe when I start it up, it'll be fine. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Very strange. Does the downloaded content automatically update? I have no idea. I mean, I would hope it gives us, like, if it doesn't auto-update, then I would hope... If it auto-updates, I hope that it gives us a summary of what updated whenever it does it. Otherwise, we won't know when we get updates. But I guess that's kind of how it is now, with it being streamed in. It'd be nice to know, just so you know, like, oh, this plane got updated today. Maybe I'll go check on the release notes, see what's new, that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. 4K? Yeah. I am on 4K, but just because the stream's in 1440, I use the render scale to bring it down to about 1440.
American 28.
And no, I don't really notice a major performance difference, but my sim generally runs pretty well.
Ramp 85 via Alpha, American 2815.
My biggest problem is CTDs more than anything. It's just sim crashing randomly.
Sun Country 179. Contact Fort Myers Tower 128.75.
Okay, APU bleed is on. External A is on. External B is on auto.
Country 179. Take care.
All right, so let's just double check down here. I need to remember where I'm setting these shortcuts. Okay, departure runway 24. Seashell 7 via VIAP. Okay, JFK. Arrival expected runway 31 right. 31 right via Cameron 4. Okay, insert. There are no transitions available. Let's do our performance. So we'll sync the weather. All the conditions 24. Runway available 3600. Surface is dry 32 degrees 1015 HPA. Can I change that to inches? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, and then we'll calculate conf +1, air conditioning on, anti-ice off, force toga off. Send to FMGS. 58 flex, 154 for the rotation. 4.2 flaps up. Whoa. Okay, so we'll accept these, I guess. Oh, down here, confirm takeoff data. Up 4.2. Dang. I really, something I do like, though, is how fast the MCDU is. This is super snappy. I feel like maybe that's unrealistic. I think that, like, I like it because I can be fast with it. But I think a lot of the other devs, like in the Phoenix and the PMDGs, I think they introduce like an artificial lag to simulate how the real ones operate. They're not like instantaneous when you press a button, I think. So that's probably the difference. Wildfire ops? What do you mean multiplayer servers? I mean, you just pick your server based on your region. There's not like, you don't join a server like, you know, DayZ or something. But I mean, it's not about the server. If you want to find like a group to do it, then I guess one way to do it would be in Flight Sim 24, you could get the Arrow Fire Global add-on, and that shows wildfires based on real world data. And it also works with the Flight Sim 24 like water drop system and like fire retardant drop systems. So you can just fly over those and put them out as if you would in a career mode mission. But I'm not sure if someone else drops water on it. Like if someone extinguishes a fire, you probably don't see it get extinguished on your side, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay, let's get I think we just get the engine started. Yeah, okay. And who are we with here? Fort Myers.
Ramp 86 via Alpha, Exejet 2Q Sierra.
Alright, Fort Myers, and we're over here going to runway 24. Is there a terminal here? Is there supposed to be a terminal right here? Oh, it's way over there. Okay. We're up here at the north ramp then, I guess. So I guess runway 24 is just right over here. Fort Myers, couch 323 heavy. Ready for startup. Alright, we got 2996, 4,000 feet. Flight directors are on.
323 heavy. Startup approved. Call when ready for taxi.
Roger. Startup approved.
Alright, we got all dashes.
323 heavy.
What the heck? What? Where's the ND? What, did I just click something by accident? What? Oh, engine. Oh, what the heck? Oh. Oh, that's different. Okay, this is different. I didn't know you could turn this to engine. Oh, nice. I'm so used to just rolling my mouse. You like hit plan as the last option, but you can do engine on this one. Interesting. All right. All right. So plan is second to last. Cool. All right. They told us we can push, and yeah, they just said startup approved. So let's go up here and get the engines on. So we got APU bleed on. Let's get the GPU off. Cabin lights are off. Okay, all the doors are closed. All right, engine number 1. Okay, we got some outside sounds now. That's good. Difference between using Navigraph and built-in. The built-in charts give you LIDO charts. They're going to be available worldwide at most major airports, like really large-size airports with lots of commercial flights. You also get the FAA charts, which are for the United States only. Those are available at kind of mid to large-size airports. And the benefit to... And those are two different chart formats, of course. And then the Jeppesen charts are provided by Navigraph, which are worldwide at like every size airport. They're not necessarily available for every single airport, but I don't know the exact numbers. I think they probably have more charts than maybe the FAA and LIDO combined. And then you also get things like the plugins for the Garmin's to import SimBrief stuff. You get their charts application you can run on desktop, on an iPad, on a phone. You get the updated data. And mainly, I think what you mainly need it for, like, is the Phoenix. Like, if you have the Phoenix, you have to use Navigraph to import the data. Otherwise, the database is dead. So yeah, without Navigraph, you can't really fly the Phoenix, just because of the AirAct data. But if you don't fly the Phoenix and you are like, I don't really need Navigraph except for the Phoenix at this point. Yeah, I like the LIDO charts a lot. I think the FAA charts are fine. They all have their pros and cons. So if you can get by with just the LIDO and FAA charts, I usually try to use those whenever I can. If you can get by with those, then you could save money on not having Navigraph. Beyond ATC? You don't need Navigraph for Beyond ATC. You only need SimBrief, which is free.
Avalo 602, runway 24 taxi via Alpha. Bravo.
Runway 24 taxi via Alpha. Bravo. Avalo 602.
Jeez, she's just, she knows it's time to stream. All right, I'm back. Is that a real... Yeah, it's a real dog. Thank you for the Bork reports.
The winner of Bork Raffle 492.
Oh, I didn't get the beacon on. That's a fail. Let's get the APU bleed off. Strobe on auto. And we're ready to taxi.
Couch 323 heavy. Ready to taxi to the active.
Why does it always do the sing? I think I might get rid of all the singing ones. It's so annoying. They take so long. That's the annoying part, is how long it takes. We're gonna get rid of Alto, Ascends. Who is that singer? gonna get rid of Jingle Bells. That one was Spooky. We're gonna get rid of Spooky.
Avalo 602. Contact Fort Myers Tower.
Right there, disabled, I think. Alright, hopefully we don't hear that. Probably missed one.
Over to Tower 1.
Alright, so we got 4,000, we got all the dashes.
Have
We
a good one.
need our spoilers and flaps 1. We need trim set, flight controls. Oh, it automatically set the trim. Nice. 4.2. Beautiful. I'm not used to such a high nose up trim. And then we need max takeoff brakes or auto brakes for rejected takeoff. Takeoff config. We need cabin check and that's it. So let's hit purse. That doesn't work on this. Okay. That's how you do it in the other one. All. Cabin check. Okay, forward. Okay, forward is the one. It's the purser button on the 350, so it's different in this one. Cabin ready. Takeoff config check. Okay. Guessing we're not going to get any PA sounds, but I'll turn them on anyway. Cabin. Intercom. Alright, let's get the starter off. Alright, I think we're ready to taxi. Predictive wind shear. Okay, this transponder's on auto. The performance in this seems good. I assume it has a cabin. Yeah, it does. So far, like, this plane feels like I'm not looking at my FPS numbers, but just based on moving around and getting it started up, it feels like it performs pretty well. Oh, yeah. Finally. Finally a plane worth flying. Okay. Yeah, it seems to perform pretty well. If they can just fix the sound bugs and actually make some good instrument camera presets for people that don't have 20 number keys on their keyboard, that'd be awesome. Would instantly be better. Okay, that's all set. Got our seatbelts on. No smoking sign on. Let's get our parking brake off. Okay, and we are, I think we're right here at the north ramp, so we just go left to taxi to runway 24.
Frontier Flight 2715 at ramp 54, request pushback.
Okay, these seem calibrated. I do not hear the engine at all. Is that normal?
Pushback approved. Face southwest.
Pushback approved. Face southwest.
This is a long boy.
2715.
Sim update 3 for Xbox. I mean, I don't know, but usually yes. Yeah, it's for everybody. So yeah, you get it through the Xbox Insider Hub app. You opt in for it. It says predictive wind shear off still. Oh, it's up here. It's in a different spot. Okay. Electric external power? I turned it off. I wonder why it has that warning. The GPU is disconnected. Alrighty, let's go. Wheels are nice and bouncy. Just like these are pretty usable. These are good too. So they have some decent fixed cameras unlike most of their planes. They just need to fix the instrument cameras. You don't really hear them that loudly from the cockpit. Yeah, that makes sense.
Frontier Flight 2715. Taxi for
It's relatively quiet.
Frontier Flight 2715.
The cockpit sound is like 50% more volume.
Runway 24 taxi.
This is just like this is a thing with indie builds they just don't seem to understand is how drastically loud some volumes are compared to others, and it's just really annoying in a video game to do that. Like now I have to lower my volume for the inside, so I'll lower my volume, and now when I go outside, it's extremely quiet, so now I have to turn my volume back up. I just need to like normalize a lot of the mixing, so it's like... I think we all realize that in reality, certain areas will be louder than others, but we just... I don't want to be turning a volume knob all the time. You never went to a plane's washroom? Oh man, you're totally missing out. The best is when you pay for an extremely expensive plane and the performance of the plane sucks, but it's got a soundboard in the toilet room. So you can listen to toilet flushing sounds while you're at 20 FPS in a plane that should have many more. It's the best. It's the best when they prioritize stuff like that over performance. Alright, we're ready to go.
Couch 323 heavy, ready to go, runway 24.
Couch 323 heavy, runway 24, line up and wait.
Line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 24, couch 323 heavy.
Alright, landing light on. Runway turn off lights on, strobes on. Seatbelts are on. Mile High Club soundboard? Maybe. If we get a good dev, maybe we'll have one of those someday. What is going on with it? What the heck? Okay, we have this invisible plane thing again. Didn't this happen in Sim Update 2? Look. And why does this have a shadow? And what's going on with this? I think there's another blur there? What the heck? This happened the other day in Sim Update 2.
Frontier Flight 2715. Ready for departure.
Did they give us... Oh, they gave us clear for takeoff. Alright, let's go. Yeah, I don't know what that blur is from.
Hold short of 24, departing traffic.
Affirmative.
Oh, that spools up fast.
Traffic. Frontier Flight 2715.
Alright, Flex 58 SRS, nav, auto throttle, auto thrust.
Altimeter 29906.
I am full left rudder and hardly moving. Oh.
Frontier Flight 2715, runway 24, line up and wait.
Okay, 80 knots.
Runway 24, line up and wait. Frontier Flight 2715.
Yeah, this thing is so quiet up here because it's such a big boy, or a long boy. These rattling sounds are good. V1. Rotate. Positive rate.
Frontier Flight 2715, Fort Myers Tower, wind 255 at 11, fly heading 240, runway 24.
Now we're flying the SID here. Alright, autopilot's on. 4,000 feet.
For takeoff. Frontier Flight 2715.
Flaps are up already. We got to the slat retraction speed real fast. Nose light and runway turn off lights off. Strobe back to auto. Lever to climb, 1500 AGL, 2000 AGL. Alright, thrust climb. Alright, we're at 2,100 feet. We got a right turn coming up. This isn't LVFR, tell me. This is the default Any Builds one. Any Builds Microsoft. Yeah, they gotta fix these. Is there a sound option here? Like the... This is crazy how loud it is here.
Fort Myers departure, radar contact, cleared direct.
Like, it is so loud in the cockpit.
Climb and maintain flight, level 190.
Oh, God. Maybe it's...
Clear direct Snoke.
Okay, hold on.
Resume
Maybe it's
Seashell
because
7.
my engine sounds are
Climb
down.
and
This is
maintain
just
flight
drastically
level
different than most
190.
planes, so let me
Count
turn this up.
323 heavy.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's a little better. I mean, normally, it's either any build's problem or every other plane developer's problem, but normally the sound's pretty balanced between, or normally I have to turn the engine sound down like to 50% because it's so loud. So maybe this is actually good. Maybe I take it back. I usually have the engine volume so turned down so much because they're so loud compared to engine volume and everything else that you can't hear anything else. But if I put it to 100, that seems pretty balanced. It's still a bit louder in the cockpit, but it's fine.
Hello there.
Yeah, I should probably contact departure. Oh, they said resume SID 190. I didn't hear that anywhere. Alright, climb to 190. We got open climb. Hello there. What's up, Jack? What's up, Underdog? How's the A330? There's some really annoying things with the cameras, as always. Check out this bug. If I use any instrument camera view... Oh, it's just the... It's just that one type of sound, right? It's not the engine sound. This is way more noticeable on the ground, but like the environmental sounds or whatever, like the fans and stuff, you can hear them going in and out whenever I use an instrument camera preset. But any builds, as in usual any builds fashion, shift 1 through 0. None of the keys shift 1 through 0. Look at the FMC or the overhead panel. It's insane. How's it to fly? So far, so good. I just took off, so yeah. I mean, it feels like just flying any builds plane, I guess. It did come off the ground really easily, just like the 350 does. I don't know if that's realistic or not, but it's noticeably different than other heavies. It does not feel super heavy when I'm taking off. The 777 feels like heavy. So when I actually rotate, like I feel like I gotta rotate. In this, it just it feels too easy almost, just like the 350 does. But yeah, maybe that's how it is. I don't know. Sensitivities? No, mine are... I use the same sensitivities for every plane. It's like -30 on the curve. If I had it linear, it would be even easier to take off, actually. But just like the A350, it felt like it really easy to rotate. Yeah, I guess it's the avionics fans that it mutes. You can hear that maybe subtly now in the back. I don't fly on VR now, just monitors. I don't like VR. To me, VR is still like pretty gimmicky. Everything's super heavy. Can mess with your brain, your eyes. I don't know. I just don't like it. It's enough having screens, you know, an arm's length away, let alone 1 inch from your eyeball for hours. Like, ugh. Yeah, it's neat, but it's just like a thing that's cool every now and then. I can't use it long term. I actually gave mine to a friend. Oh, what is the... The ground is looking really bad. Well, let me just make sure I don't... did I change it to 100? Or at 200?
Visual approach runway 10 right. Exojet 627.
The ground looks quite blurry here.
Exojet 627. Contact Miami Center.
Help you with the EFB. Are you on sim update 3?
Center on 3245. Exojet 627. Have a good one.
CDD issues in which version? Are you on sim update 2 or 3? In general, like people will generally crash because of add-ons. You need to delete a bunch of add-ons, delete a bunch of stuff from your delete stuff from your community folder. It's the same thing every single update. The trick is figuring out what is causing the problems. It's really frustrating. Don't sit too close to the TV, and now strap the TV to your face. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I mean, VR is cool. It's just I should probably turn the TCAS on. It's cool. It's just kind of, I don't know. I still see it as kind of gimmicky until I can wear one, like, as comfortably as I can wear like glasses. I'm not gonna really care about it. I mean, before then they'll probably have the brain implant version. Because, I mean, how long has VR been out? Like a decade plus? I don't even know how long people have been wearing VR headsets, and they're still heavy. All of them are heavy as hell. Even the ones that are allegedly light are heavy. Like, it's too much. Sim Update 2 and Sim Update 3? Did you look in your event viewer application on Windows and look at what the errors are? In both the application section and the system section? Yeah, VR is really cool. I can just only use it very briefly, and for me, a lot of the time, it's more hassle than it's worth. I'd rather have multiple monitors, like a triple monitor setup, you know, and span it across, or, you know, get 3 giant TVs, make like a fake cockpit. And the ground's looking kind of blurry. I can't tell if it's from the window inside the plane, or is it from... it just looks that way.
Center on 33275, Silver Wings 137.
Why does it keep saying electrical external power? These are off. It's not that. It's not this. Oh, what was that? Okay, this was not in an off state, but there's no light on it. Interesting. Okay. That's gone now. Kind of like how they color code the hydraulics up here. Very cool. Our landing light was off, seatbelt signs are off. The ground blurriness, it just depends on where you're flying generally. Some places have way better aerial photography and images than others. I don't know what UCRT base does. Coherent UI, I mean, that's usually... Isn't that usually like an instrument like this that caused the crash? I think. Sounds like a vacuum cleaner. Oh yeah, it does. It does sound like a vacuum cleaner. I'm cleaning my car. Hey, we got a lot of... Suck up those... I dropped my Cheetos. Quick, before the dog gets them. There's a couple more right there. Okay, I think I got them all. No, wait, there's more. Turn it back on. It does sound like straight up like a vacuum cleaner. Cannot unhear now. All right, we got standard right there. Standby, standard. Okay. I didn't fix it. Wait, what?
Center on 133.325.
What the heck? Why does the HPA change, but the inches of mercury don't, or yeah, the inches don't change? Clicking this doesn't seem to do anything. Alright, standby instrument's weird. Maybe it's synced to this? Oh, it's synced to this. That's why. But you can still change the inches down here when you turn it. Alright, I guess nobody ever turned this. Nobody on the entire QA team ever turned this knob, I guess. What the heck? This is the free QA stream is basically what it is. Now let me check our RNAV departure over here. Man, we're not very far away. Is that really where we are? Yeah, I guess so. Florida's big.
The winner of Bork Raffle 493 is MSFS Gold Event. Congratulations.
Oh no, I think I'm gonna have to delete that. Yeah, we're gonna have to delete Kanye. Sorry, you're too cringy and weird now. I mean, you have been for way too long. Goodbye. He's gone. All right, his voice has been turned off as well. What's up, Paul? Sim Update 3 is surprisingly not bad. There's just a few known issues that everybody's running into. Like, if you try to load a chart on the EFB, if you use the EFB, do not try to load any charts. Loading a chart will crash the sim, so just don't use it. For charts, you know, use Navigraph if you have it. And the 777 does not work if you even try to click the 777 in your plane menu if you happen to have it. 777-200, that one will crash your sim too, just clicking it. But, I mean, yesterday I was expecting like 10 CTDs, and I got 1 the whole day. The only time it happened was when I turned off the AI ATC assistant thing where it auto replies to the default ATC. I crashed during that when I was in the max, but surprisingly that's the only issue I had. We flew, let's see, I flew the Coronado Bonanza, their new Bonanza, I flew that, everything was fine. We flew the 737 MAX, that's when I had that crash I just mentioned. Unrelated to the MAX, I think. And then flew the A350, we flew the Phoenix. So, yeah, I in my opinion, everybody should try Sim Update 3. If you're getting lots of crashes and stuff because of your add-ons, you can go back to 2, but what you should do is load Sim Update 3, download as much as you want using the library, since you can download stuff locally now, and then revert back to Sim 2. People have said that when you revert back to Sim 2, all of that stuff you downloaded stays downloaded locally, and you can still use it in Sim Update 2. So, in my opinion, you should download as much as possible. Like, the more you download, the better. And we don't know if going back to Sim Update 2 will ruin things like updates. Like, who knows? Maybe that'll happen. Maybe we'll have to all delete everything. But people have said that it does work that way. You can revert back to Sim Update 2 and keep your downloaded content. Oh yeah, there's also the drone camera bug. So if you have a button bound to this showcase free camera, so the camera drone, right? You hit the button and it goes out to this. The first time you go out to the drone camera, it'll go to some weird, like, it looks like you're a RoboCop looking through the visor. It's like, or Geordie LaForge, it's like a one-line. I guess maybe more like, maybe neither of those because they see everything, but you know. What is it, more like Mandalorian? I don't know. Anyway, it looks like you're looking through a medieval helmet with just one slit and you don't know what you're looking at. And then you exit that camera and it throws your plane into the air. Yeah, somehow that's what happens when you use the drone camera the first time. The way around it is just to activate the drone camera up here by clicking showcase. When you do that, then switching to the drone camera does not make the bug happen. So that's a super weird one. Oh, also, if you have a handlebar hider mod, you know this thing they call the handlebar, this menu bar thing at the very top of the screen? If you have the mod or the mod that hides that, it will kill the entire menu from appearing. You can't use the menu at all, so you probably need to uninstall that handlebar mod. But, I mean, besides that, stability-wise, it's been surprisingly good. I was expecting crap tons of crashes yesterday, CTDs yesterday. Sorry, I'm talking so much, I'm not climbing as usual. We'll continue the climb here. Some of the bugs are definitely strange, yeah. You think they're using AI? Maybe, I don't know. If you've ever tried to get AI to write code for you, you know it sucks though. It's like you have to QA the code if you do that. Oh man, last night after the stream, I got my 3 new side fans in, and I turned the curves way more conservative. This case is so much more quiet than my old case. More fans at lower percentage power settings, bigger case. It's an amazing thing. I love having more fans. You can run them all at lower speeds, so lower noise. In this case, in general, I switched from the Fractal Meshify C, is the case I've had for like 5 years since I built the PC. And I just switched it out for the new Fractal Meshify 3, I think it's called. The Meshify 3 XL is the one I got. It's absolutely giant, but holy crap, it makes getting around in it easier. And having those side intake fans, so I have 6 140 millimeter fans in the fronts for intake. 3 in the front, 3 right on the corner of the front, like the front side. And it is quiet and super cool. The CPU is at like 59 degrees last night or something, with the air cooling only. Like, you don't even need any liquid. I have air cooling and it's incredible. Like, I had air cooling in the Meshify too. It's just so much simpler, and the AMD chips run so cold already. I have like 2 extra 140 mil fans that I might. I don't even think I need to put any more in, because I don't want that fan on the front top, because I don't know if to make that an intake or an exhaust. I think you make it an intake, because if you make it an exhaust, then the top front fan just gets exhausted straight up and out of the case. So it almost seems better to not have not have 3 on top. I just have 2 exhausts in the back. It might take off. I hope so. No, the old one might take off. This one, because the fans were running a lot faster than the old one. This one is so much more just like low RPM, and I can't even feel warm air coming out of the back. It's like barely lukewarm. It's really nice. I recommend it if you guys have, if anybody's going to get a new case, man, go for a big case. If you have the space for it, put it on the floor on a little riser. I got this little like computer stand riser thing on the side. Just lifts it off the ground, you know, so because I don't want it on the carpet in here. Man, the big case is incredible. If you got the room, go big. It's just like if you get a tattoo. Same advice, go big. Did I see the ship that tried to fly under the brook? Oh, I did see that. I mean, they had mechanical problems. It was going backwards. It's horrible. The videos are, yeah, really scary. 330. This thing's flying great. Yeah, it flies great. They just need to fix the instrument cameras and whatever this sound bug is. You hear the every time you go to an instrument camera. It's like muting a bunch of the sounds for some reason. So they just need to make an overhead instrument camera like this. They need to make an FMS camera like this. They need to make an EFB camera like this. And I think they have them, but they put them on like instrument cameras 17, 18, and 20 or something, which I don't know about you guys, but I have shift 1 through 0. Mine doesn't then go to shift 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, all the way to shift 20. So I don't know what they're thinking doing that. You need to make the most important instrument cameras number 1 should be the most important. Apparently to them, 1 through 10, none of those are the overhead, so it's really annoying. I don't know why they make that decision. Very weird. Alright, we're almost at Geno's. Oh, we got some like Miore pattern or whatever it's called in there. Only on that one engine. It's probably a lighting thing. You guys see that weird pattern in there? I do not have frame gen on either. Your system comes with 3 intake fans, 1 exhaust, and 2 liquid cool fans on the top. On the radiator, you mean? Are you liquid, or you have an all-in-one? I should take a picture of mine. I think I have a picture of it before. I didn't get the other fans in though. I gotta take another picture. Yeah, it's huge. Having a huge case is amazing, and I love not having an all-in-one or liquid cooling. Like, just having an efficient air cooler is incredible. I just have like the Phantom Spirit Evo 50 or whatever it is. was like $50. And it had 2 fans on it. I replaced them with 2 Noctua fans just because I have a bunch of Noctua fans. And yeah, the thing is running so cool. Not having all those extra hoses and a radiator, it's like, it's so nice not having that. TAA or super? TAA. If you mean by, you mean like subsampling, is it super sampling? It's AI super sampling, right? So, I mean, if you use AI, it's running at a lower resolution and then it's upscaling it with the AI. So, TAA is going to look sharper than any of that. Unless you're GPU bound, you should use TAA. But if you go to your debugger and you bring up the FPS thing and it says you're GPU bound, then that's a good reason to turn on DLSS. Take some of the load off your GPU. You got your system from Walmart. It was actually a good deal. Need to upgrade the GPU. Need more VRAM. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a pre-built. I think there's too many people that encourage people to build their own computer because they themselves have like 20 years of experience doing it. Most people are fine starting. If you're just starting out, get a pre-build if you can find a good deal on one with good specs from a reputable company that has good reviews and people just, you know, there's a consensus their stuff is good. Just get a pre-build because then you can avoid all the common mistakes people make when they build for the first time. And yeah, then your first project with your own PC yourself will be taking your pre-build and upgrading something. You know, adding a fan, swapping it out for better fans, swapping out the GPU, adding in more memory, or, you know, swapping out your memory, all that kind of stuff. 64 gigs? It's hard to say. Let me see what mine's using right now. My sim is only using 8 gigs right now, according to Task Manager. I feel like 32 is enough. But if you're going, like, you can either go 2 16 sticks of 16 DDR or go 2 sticks of 32. I mean, you're gonna end up upgrading to 32 later, or 64 later, probably. You know, inevitably, but then the speeds of RAM get faster. I don't know, what's the price difference between going 32 or going 64? I'm guessing it's not really that much. I don't know, I would just get 64 if you can. I mean, I have 64 and it's not, it's been fine. Yeah, 64 might be overkill. Yeah, their left and right glance looks behind left and behind right.
Jacksonville Center, Allegiant.
I guess that's fine.
Good afternoon. Flight level 350.
Got the Dyson turned back on. Yes. Oh no, I'm almost out of coffee. It's gonna be bad. So we didn't get the 737 today, eh? No 737. I wish developers would just stop naming dates. Like, haven't they learned from each other to just not give a date? Like, when it's out, just say it's out. And then that's it. The people will come. Day coffee. Heck yeah. Well, this is my morning coffee. I'm just barely finishing it. Oh, yeah. Beyond ATC is messed up. This is a problem maybe with Sim Update 3. I don't know what is going on with Beyond ATC, but it just doesn't do the announce on frequency call.
Jacksonville
I'll turn off auto
Couch
respawn.
323 Heavy. Good afternoon. With flight level 321 for flight
I'll just have to do it myself, I guess.
direct to tour.
Couch tree 23 heavy. Reset transponder. Squawk 6443.
6443. Okay. Done. Yeah, the indie build's 350. Yeah, it should never have been as expensive as it was. I don't know, even with all the changes, like, the only reason it's priced that much is because it's the only 350.
Squawk 6443.
Squawk 6443, couch 323 heavy. TARA auto. We are squawking 6443.
Couch tree 23 heavy. Jacksonville Center. Good afternoon. Climb maintain flight level 390.
Climb maintain flight level 390, couch 323 heavy. We are still on the SID. This is crazy. This SID takes us like all the way up through Florida. Pretty cool. Oh, the sun in the cockpit. Yeah, I mean, 24 has incredible graphics. The lighting was improved. The ray trace shadows are awesome. Yeah, it looks crazy. It's great. You can see how it's like just through the window too, like.
Jacksonville Center, Allegiant 1014. Flight level
There's the sun.
291. Allegiant 1014. Jacksonville Center, radar contact.
Pretty amazing. Yeah, the lighting is incredible.
Jacksonville Center.
It's just whenever somebody says, I can't see much of a difference, I'm like, geez, can you see at all? Uh-oh.
2501, Jacksonville Center.
You can smell the dust on the seat? Yeah, sorry about that.
Jacksonville Center. JetBlue.
Oh my god. Hold on, we better post this on Reddit, guys. Is this really high quality enough? Look at this. Oh no, look at the little ridges in it. This is unacceptable for Flight Simulator. There's not enough polygons in my seatbelt buckle. Better post this on Reddit. Yeah, the subscription 737 got delayed, yep. It did. I'm not really surprised. I just wish developers would learn from literally every other developer that ever tries to make an announcement about their product releasing and they're like 90% of the time wrong. Like, just do what Phoenix does and don't say a date. Just be like, hey, it's out now. You don't like the fact that there's no pilot? What, right here? Or in my seat? Like that? Just removes the avatar when I'm in the seat. So we don't see our own legs and stuff. Can look around. A310 looks a lot better on Xbox in 24. Nice. When you look down. I mean, they don't show it because you don't want to look down and see your arm instead of seeing the nav radios, you know? Because there's no easy way to move your arm like you would in real life, so it doesn't really make any sense to show your own body. In real life, you would move your arm simultaneously while looking down. So if my arm is there, how are you going to do that in the sim? You need like an extra like motion controlled thing. Like if your arm's resting here and your hand's hanging over here, then you're looking down at the nav radio. It's like, all right, I'm going to do this. Then I'm going to grab my arm and move it to the left. And now I can use the radio. It would be so annoying. Listen, if you want to look at your legs, just look down, you know? Bam, legs. It's too weird if you see your own body in a flight sim. And I have the co-pilot turned off. That's why we don't have a co-pilot. If you go to your Flight Sim 24 like identity thing, your avatar builder, there's a co-pilot option in there. And I turned it off. I just turned it off the other day actually, because I was flying some GA planes and I was loading passengers in, and I didn't want the passenger next to me to be the co-pilot. I wanted it to randomly generate an avatar for the passenger sitting in the front instead of rendering my co-pilot avatar.
Jetshare 975. Contact
Jetshare.
Center 127.8. Take care.
Contact Jacksonville Center 127.8, Jetshare 975.
What's like flying a bigger 320, this plane? I mean, pretty much all of the Airbuses feel like you're just flying a bigger Airbus or a smaller Airbus. Like, that's the beauty in how they're set up. The 350 is the exception, I guess, or 350 and 380 maybe. Doesn't the 380, does the 380 have like the touchscreen or the mouse cursor stuff? I think it does. But yeah, like the 319, 20, 21, 330 now, and I guess you're saying the 340 is like right exactly the same. Less stuttering. I don't know yet. I haven't really done like a scientific A/B test or anything like that. I probably won't, but in general, like my sim was running fine in general, but I mean, I downloaded everything because why not? It removes a step. Like, why would I want it streaming everything if I can download everything? I wouldn't, so I just download it all. My main problem is CTDs, like add-ons causing crashes, and I have no idea which add-on's causing it. That's the main issue for me in the sim. Damn, that's some good wing flex. Yeah, it's like as good as the A350s. I mean, in general, I don't think there's a, if you have the hard disk space, I think you should download as much as possible. Prioritize your planes first, because you don't want to be flying a plane where it's streamed in. You want it all in all the time. I would do planes first, then maybe the base content package second, because that has all things like animals and all sorts of stuff like that. Then probably custom airports third. Yeah, I downloaded everything. My internet speed's half a gigabit, 500 megabits, up and down. Hard drive, I have a 4 terabyte. I think all my downloads took, I think it's about 400 to 500 gigabytes is what it's using for all of it downloaded. $12 I had mine running a lot. I ran it, I was on later than I expected to be today because I was re-downloading a bunch of stuff. I hadn't completely downloaded everything in the base content section, so I have that all downloaded now, all 500 files, whatever it is. Broken at 8,000, 2958. You will stream everything and like it. Yeah, I'm not totally against the idea of streaming. I think it's a nice fallback, but I think that things would have been, people would have reacted way differently to the sim in general. I think if the default was to download stuff and then later, if they had to wait on it, later they introduce streaming and then say, hey, starting today, you can now stream in things like your city updates, world updates, planes you don't fly often. I think that would have been a better approach because they would have started with how it was in 2025 and then streamed it in later as an additional feature like for those of you with good internet at speed but low hard disk space, or you just don't want to deal with picking and choosing what's downloaded, now you can stream if you want. I think that would have been a better approach, but you know, whatever. We have it now in the beta, and as soon as the beta's out, that'll be it, and then nobody will talk about it anymore. We got a Southwest right below us. That's pretty cool. I forgot the chrono, whatever. Alright, how does 2x do in this plane? I wonder if it's got... I wonder if we just use the default 2x button? Probably. This plane would be great if they just made the cameras better. Give us this as an instrument camera, this as an instrument camera. Or I think they have this one and this one. The problem is they set it as like camera number 15 or something instead of camera 3. So unless you go and bind more shortcuts, you can't access it. You got a 3060 Ti, 100 FPS. Oh, it jitters when you pan the view? Well, it matters what kind of jittering you're talking about. If you see screen tearing, then you probably want VSync turned on. Unless you have a G-Sync monitor, in which case you want G-Sync turned on if you have NVIDIA G-Sync. No sim rate button, that's fine. But if you're talking about like things popping in and out as you turn the camera, that is the terrain pre-cache setting in the graphics setting. No, as far as I know, you cannot change the instrument cameras and you cannot change the fixed cameras. You can only do custom cameras. So we are all at the mercy of the devs to make good instrument and fixed cameras like these. Even if we could, I would still yell about the devs not doing their job because it's yet another thing we have to fix because they're not doing their jobs well enough. It's annoying.
Jacksonville Center, Delta 1150 Heavy, flight level 229er.
I got the basic voices on Beyond ATC and they're really not that bad. I haven't been using the premium voices for the last, whatever, for this weekend, and yeah, that's fine. I don't mind the basic voices at all.
Continue climb to flight level 240. Delta 11.
They're better than the default ones, and it's not cheap to use the premium ones, so.
Fly present heading. Climb and maintain flight level 390.
It's not tearing, it's jumping. Jumping. Well, what I would do, Don, is go into just anybody in general that wants to figure out their settings. Like, I would go into settings, go to advanced, and turn on developer mode like this. Turn on developer mode, and then go back into the sim. And then go up here and click debug and click display FPS. And the main thing to look for up here is right here, this second box, it's flickering green and red. See how mine says limited by main thread? If yours says limited by main thread and you never see it flickering and saying limited by GPU, then that means that your CPU is being used a lot more than your GPU. So limited by main thread means your CPU is the bottleneck in your frame rate. So to reduce your CPU load, I think what are the biggest things like trees, terrain level of detail? Like if I turn my terrain level of detail down and then go back in, it's still on main thread. If yours says limited by GPU, then that means your GPU is being like... Ideally, it's alternating and showing both main thread and GPU and kind of flickering back and forth. Because then at any moment, it's either your CPU or GPU limiting your frame rate, and then you know you kind of have a balance. It's using both of them kind of as well as it can. So right now, mine's just all CPU bound. So that means since I don't see GPU, I could go in, I could raise my textures, I could raise my resolution, I could turn off DLSS and instead use TAA.
Allegiant 2501.
Or I could try to reduce the CPU usage until I see GPU flickering up there.
American 1816. Contact
So turn down like, is it like trees, I think, are one of the big CPU killers.
Contact Jacksonville Center 120.85. American 1816.
Yeah, Beyond ATC is free forever with basic voices. It's $30 US. The basic voices are free forever. All updates are free forever. One-time payment. Yeah, like mine just says main thread. So I could go in now and like my I have a 4K monitor, but you can see I have it set at like almost 1440 with the render scaling. So I could turn this up. I'll turn it up so it's, I mean, this won't really affect the stream, but it'll be nicer for me. And now there's probably a chance that I see it doing GPU more. You know, I can also see down here my terrain LOD is at half, so it's using 100 instead of 200 terrain LOD. So that means that it's reducing that to try to get to 60 FPS.
Frontier Flight 4134. Contact Jacksonville Center 120.
It's not really saying GPU. Every now and then it flickers to GPU now. So I could go in and raise my resolution even more. I'll go up to 90% instead. Let that settle in a minute. Still says main thread. Now it's flickering a bit more. See the text where it says main thread right here? It's really tiny, I know, but more often than it was before, it's now flickering. You can see the text changing rapidly. So it's switching to GPU limited. So now I'm taking more advantage of my GPU than I was. So I was running a lower frame rate or a lower resolution than I could. So now I'm running, you know, 85 or whatever. But now look, I go external and look at it flickering GPU all the time. And I feel like it's slowing down a bit. I don't use frame generation, no. I use it every now and then. The problem is like the ghosting that shows up. Some planes look really silly with it, so I try not to use it because of that. Sometimes I turn it on though. I'm kind of worried that it's been causing some of my CTDs, my crashes. Anyway, I might as well leave this. It's I don't really, as long as the game feels good to me, I don't really care what this says. The other thing that this could reveal is if you're using way too much VRAM. So if you look at the very, very bottom line where it says GPU memory, this is your VRAM usage. Mine's very low right now. It's only at 7 out of 23, but it matters your card. So if you only have a 6 or an 8 gig card, if this is like red or it's maxed out, I think people usually recommend to turn down your texture resolution to save on the VRAM, which is the GPU memory down here. So if this is peaked in red, like that's probably causing a lot of the problems. So GPU memory wise, turn your texture resolution down and restart the sim. Like medium is good enough for texture resolution. I think mine's on a high.
Contact Jacksonville Center 120.85. Spirit Wing 636. See you.
3 dot something? Yeah, that's low then. And then the frame rates, like, again, mainly for the stream, but like in a game like this, right now I don't have it capped, but I've literally before the stream started, I was playing around with these. I don't care about anything anything over 60 frames per second in a game like this doesn't matter to me, even if I'm playing it off stream, because it's just such a slow-paced game. 60 is going to be very smooth. So you could turn on, if you're in Sim Update 3, you can turn on that max frame rate, especially if you're using like frame generation. So you could turn that max frame rate to like 30 or 40 and then turn on frame gen, and that'll bump you up to 60 to 80, you know, post frame gen. But at the least, you probably want to limit it to your monitor's refresh rate, just so there's no reason to render, you know, 200 FPS in a menu if you're running your monitor at 120 hertz or something like that. You know, everybody's settings and experience is going to be different, though. It's just, you could have the same exact setup as somebody and get different frame rates based on your settings, your BIOS settings, your, you know, if you're overclocking things. 2K monitor, like a 1440p monitor. No, I mean, I'm basically playing in 1440p res. I mean, make sure you're setting the game resolution to your monitor resolution. Like if you have a 1440p monitor, make sure you're not doing like a super sampling. Like you could turn render scaling up to like 200, and that means it's going to try to render the game like twice as many pixels as your monitor actually shows. Yeah, make sure you're not doing that. Make sure you're running at the right resolution.
Jacksonville Center, November 745 Charlie Charlie. Good afternoon. Flight level 305. November 745 Charlie Charlie, Jacksonville Center, radar contact.
Oh, what's up, Bucket? It's pretty good. There's a few things that that's causing crashes for everyone. So like the 777 will crash you if you try to use it. The loading any charts in the built-in Flight Sim EFB will crash you, unfortunately. So using Navigraph for now. But being able to download everything locally is the reason to use Sim Update 3. Especially if you really hate your performance in general and you're really trying to make your performance better and you're just hating life in Sim Update 2. Like, you might as well try Sim Update 3 and download as much as possible. How many crashes? Yesterday, I played like 10 hours and I only had one CTD. It was when I went in the menus and tried to turn off the AI-assisted ATC, like the auto-respond, and that's when it crashed.
Jacksonville Center, couch 323 heavy, flight level 390.
I don't understand why it said... There's something wrong with Beyond ATC too. It keeps saying announce on frequency even though I was on frequency. Like the last thing they said was climb and maintain 390. That's the last thing in the transcript over here. Climb, maintain, flight level 390, and that was it. There's no frequency change, no nothing. And then down here I just clicked and it said, you know, announce on frequency was the option. So I don't know what's going on with the Beyond ATC. Auto FPS. Yeah, I stopped using Auto FPS because of that. I just got really tired of updating it all the time, especially when using the betas. So I would just recommend using the dynamic setting built in. I mean, it's like Auto FPS Lite. So right down here, just turn on dynamic settings, set your target frame rate, and all dynamic settings will do is it'll look at your terrain level of detail right here and your object level of detail. Whatever you set this to will be the maximum allowed, and dynamic will cut it in half at the... It'll only bring it down to half of this value to try to get you frames back. So if I set it to 300, it'll bring it down as low as 150 to try to get my frames back as needed. And if it has the frame rate I set it, like 60, or you can make it lower, it will increase it, just like Auto FPS. So it'll do that for both terrain level of detail and object level of detail, and you don't have to worry about Auto FPS. Auto FPS does more. It will let you go from 300 to 800 or whatever, you know, 100 to 800, like more of a range. But this is built in, and you know, it's been fine for me, so I just leave it. It's just nice because it's just working all the time. I don't have to update another program, remember another program's running. Less things to cause problems, you know, so I've been fine with not using auto FPS. But if you just have absolutely insanely good frames, what auto FPS is great for is that it not only will cover a wider range of those settings, so you can have it say, okay, the minimum is 100, the maximum is 800, but it'll let you exceed the 400 maximum. You can go up to like 800 in auto FPS and just see things crystal clear, like way out here. But you know, I mean, for me, it's just, I was tinkering with auto FPS so much, I just don't want to tinker with so many things all the time. So just, yeah, just use the dynamic one, it's fine for me. What's up, JT? How you doing, man? You got 0 sleep, worked this morning, attended 2 meetings, have another one in 40 minutes.
Jacksonville Center, Southwest 636, flight level.
You can do it. You can get there, man. You can get to the end of the day. Your flight sim is waiting for you.
Jacksonville Center. United 1579, contact Jacksonville Center 132.5.
Yeah, no problem, Tom.
Center on 132.5, United 1579. Have a good one.
500 miles till TOD. Alright, let's go to 2x. Alright, double sim rate activated. Going double speed, dudes. Ken's also in the 330. What's Tommy in? F28? Oh, I didn't install the... Wait, is that the Fokker? That's the Fokker F28. Oh, we got another plane right below us again. See ya!
Jacksonville Center, Southwest 3412, flight level 390.
What's up, Maddie? I'm just trying the 330. It needs some work with the cameras and like a camera bug, but besides that, it's been pretty good. Not horrible. I just hate it when the cameras aren't set in a way that makes sense. The instrument cameras.
Descend. Descend.
No.
Descend. Crossing. Descend. Descend. Crossing. Descend.
Shows somebody right on my butt. I don't see him. Right behind me at my altitude? I see nothing. ATC menu. Messages. Alright, 460 miles. A list of my top 5 add-ons. Not really. I don't know. I guess it matters if we're talking, like, there's so many add-ons that it's hard to say. Like, if it's for a plane, I have my add-ons that I like. If it's for scenery, if it's external programs, you know, career mode programs, there's just so many add-ons. I mean, pretty much always running for me is, like, almost always I'm using Beyond ATC. I've been using Elevate X a lot instead of Volanta. It's a Volanta alternative. Either one of those is great for just tracking your flights in general. And I'm pretty much always using a career mode. Either something as simple as like New Sky or something like On Air Company or A Pilot's Life. And then plane-wise, I mean, you know, it's pretty much what everybody else flies. I think the Phoenix is incredible. I think the PMTG planes are incredible. Any builds A350 is pretty good now. Aerofire, yeah. And then like ground stuff, like scenery stuff, I like. So dice roll, we don't have failures in this plane. Shooter, there are no failures in this plane. Oh my god, a 10? There are no failures. It just comes in, rolls a D12. I don't think there are failures in this plane, are there? I'm guessing there aren't. Yeah, I mean, this is the default 330. No, this is the A330. IO shooter 10 failures. I made a note. Start flipping random switches. Great. Actually, what do we have here? Let me check under dev mode. Does this have the wear and tear? Aircraft wear and tear. It does. Oh, I have damage turned off. Alright, I guess he rolled a 10. We pull electrical circuit number 10. Anything else with a 10 in it? Any other 10s? 20 is a multiple of 10. So is 30. So is 40. Is it stress? Oh, it's stress damage. There we go. Okay, we're pulling some. We're pulling whatever these are. What could go wrong? Here's another one that ends in a 0. It's not doing anything. Failures? I mean, I feel bad that he spent his hard-earned biddies when we're not flying a plane that has randomized failures. Alright, well, we'll see if that breaks anything. What keeps the engine from lighting on fire? I don't know. I don't want to know. Because then I'll avoid pulling that one. I'm not sure if I should fly the Phoenix today or not, or dive into some other planes. Release notes. Just going back to the release notes to see if anything catches my eye. Beta news, release notes, May 16th. What do we got? What do we got? I mean, we don't even know all of the planes that got it because they always stop at H. Grand Caravan? Okay, decals, interaction to skydive door, some skydiver stuff, that's about it. Lights fixes. Did you mention engine fire? Last night I did the bird strike. in the A350. The bird striker is pretty cool. Why do they stop at H? I have no idea. They did the same thing with Sim Update 2. Like, look, it goes down to H, hot air balloon, and then nothing else. And then if we go back up here and then go to Sim Update 2 beta, beta news, and look at the release notes. Here's one of the release notes. Okay, no planes in this one. March 25th release notes. Look, A, B, C, D, H, and then it just stops at H. The next patch, A, B, C. Oh wait, these are avionics. Oh, sorry, no, it just went to A, B, C. These 4. A, B, C. April 8th, B. April 18th. Oh, that was just like the tiny settings, right? Sim Update 2 is live. Available now, release notes. And then here we finally get past the letter B. Not until they release the full release notes do we get past the letter H. Yeah, everything after H is perfect. But as we saw yesterday, we tested the Pilatus PC-12 and they fixed the pressurization bug in Sim Update 3. But there's no reason to fly it because your career mode is separate. You don't get any progression saved, so that kind of sucks. Look, now I got over here on BATC, now it says frequency does not exist. It's just like, wow, this is kind of messed up. Wait, now the frequency just appeared all of a sudden, and it says announce on frequency. What? Wait, hold on. It says announce on frequency. I'm going to tab out of it. So I see it in my other window. Okay, so the sim is active right now. I wonder if it's when you background it, it just loses the connection somehow. I don't know, something is happening where it keeps losing the frequency. And it was doing this last night too. It's not the plane. It's like a Sim Update 3 Beyond ATC thing. I don't know, maybe it'll happen. We can see it happen. Something is happening. It just keeps losing the connection. Something. So every time I look, I have it on my other monitor here, and every time I look over at it, it says it's going between like frequency doesn't exist, and now suddenly it's showing the frequency, and then I say something, and then they don't reply, or they do reply, and then all of a sudden it says announce on frequency is my command again.
Couch 323 heavy. Radio check.
Radio check. Whoops.
Couch 323 heavy. Reading you loud and clear.
Reading.
Washington Center. Couch 323 heavy. Flight level 390.
Like they didn't reply. Alright, so we have the options there. Call ready for descent, all that good stuff. Look, it just went away again. See that? Now it says announce on frequency. What the heck? So let me click announce on frequency, and now I'm going to keep this window active.
Level 390.
So I'm not going to tab back into the sim. Seems like the sim is just losing connection with Beyond ATC or something. It says connected to sim at the top. A little green light.
164. Contact Washington Center 2385.
Contact Washington Center 2385, JetBlue 164. Washington Center.
I'm just leaving it, leaving myself tabbed into it to see if it disconnects me again.
Allegiant 2871.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a
Washington
bug with the
Center.
TCAS
Radar
thing.
Contact.
I turned it back to TA without TARA, and it's still showing the resolution thing. Alright, I'm just leaving Beyond ATC in the foreground to see if it forgets the frequency again or whatever. It's still in the foreground, but my button still moved the sim in the background. So I can use my joystick commands. But this is still the active window. QAing as usual. So far, it's fine. Okay, I'm going to switch back into the sim now. I'm just going to make the sim active. And then the sim is active, but I'll keep that up and we'll see what happens. So sim is active now. It almost seems like if the sim connect turns off or whatever. So go, it hasn't done anything in 60 seconds. Let's turn it off. It's our TOD 200 miles. Alright, it's still connected. It's funny because it says climb, maintain. Oh no, that's just the last command we got. Oh, it's still connected. I don't know. Alright. Well, I'll give it another minute. I'm sure it'll disconnect. 206 still TOD. Alright, let's check the arrival. Grab the ATIS. 28,725. Alright, too staticky for now. And there, I turned TARA back on and it got rid of the RA.
Clear of conflict.
Clear of conflict. Excellent. What's up, Jeremy? Did I have to remove anything from my community folder to get to launch? No. Is it stuck at 18%? I was able to launch, but I had crashes when I loaded into planes. Oh, it's broken again. Announce on frequency. Yeah, I guess I'll try another center frequency. It just it keeps breaking no matter
Washington
what, it
Center,
seems like. So
Couch 323 heavy, flight level 390.
oh, I had turned it off TARA, so I think that just messed it up. I turned it back to TA, and it didn't clear the conflicts until I went back to TARA. All right, JT, see ya. Probably, yeah. So Washington didn't reply to me. Like, why aren't they even... They're not even saying, like, radar contact or something. Still says climb maintain 3902. All right, TOD 150. Maybe I'll fly like, I don't know, some of the default planes after this. I would love to crank out some career mode missions, but it's just the same old problems. No multiplayer traffic, and it doesn't count towards your real progression. The A5, probably not since like 2020 came out. It's a pretty cool plane though. If you like landing upon the waters. Yeah, I mostly have flown small planes. I've only relatively recently been into the airliners. I mean, yesterday I started with a Bonanza, and then we were really just trying compatibility stuff, making sure that the different planes worked. Tried the Max, we flew the Phoenix, we flew the A350. So, I mean, overall, the beta's not horrible. I mean, like any beta, people are going to have certain things that are crashing them, certain add-ons that are crashing them all of a sudden. I mean, the same thing happened in 2020. Every time there was a sim update, certain things, marketplace or not, marketplace or community folder, they would cause the sim to crash, and you'd have to go through and figure out which one was causing it to crash, and then they'd have to, the dev would have to update it, and then you could finally use it again. Yeah, we're off frequency again. Yeah, Beyond ATC is just super messed up. I'm gonna close it, reopen it, and see if that helps. It's probably something with the sim update. It just keeps losing connection or something. I don't know. This wasn't happening before.
Endeavor 5348, turn right.
All right, let's see how it goes.
Climb, maintain flight level 270.
The Phoenix, it can do 4x.
Turn right, heading 140. Climb, maintain flight level 270. Endeavor 5348. November 715 Juliet Papa, turn right, heading 050, climb, maintain 17,500, altimeter 2964. Expect further clearance in about 39 miles.
I thought they fixed this part of Beyond ATC, like when you load it, it's not supposed to just check in with all of the possible traffic. I think it's like another regression. So this is 3 in the row it's doing. It's issuing a command to every single plane on the map.
Resume navigation. November 715 Juliet Papa.
Yeah, it just went. Here goes another one.
Contact Washington Center 132.05. Take care. Center on 132.05, Delta 1570. Have a good afternoon.
You can't fly on Sim Update 3. It doesn't recognize the throttle section of your Velocity 1. Interesting. Thought I read something on Reddit about that, or people having peripheral problems.
Southwest 2229. Contact Washington Center 123.85.
What's up, Sherwin? Sim Update 3 has you wanting to fire up the sim more?
Contact Washington Center 123.85.
Beyond ATC, Caleb. 100%. Alright, so I think we can get a word in now. Let's announce on frequency.
Washington Center, couch 323 heavy, flight level 390.
Sorry, Ken. Are we at TOD soon? 50 miles. Alright, I'm gonna go back to real time.
323 heavy, reset transponder. Squawk 5110.
5110.
5110 in the box. Couch 323
In the box. Any meal service? Dude, I was thinking the same thing.
Couch 323 heavy, Washington Center, radar contact.
Radar contact. Alright, we'll just tell them we're ready for descent now.
Couch 323 heavy, approaching our top of descent.
And
Ready
expect
for descent.
11,000 at Carmen, it says.
Couch 323 heavy, after Seattle, cleared via Cameron 4, pilot's discretion descend and maintain flight level 370, Kennedy landing runway 31 right, altimeter 2959er.
After Sea Isle, cleared via Cameron 4. Pilot's discretion descend and
Cameron
maintain flight
altitude,
level
I'm gonna put in
370. Kennedy landing
11,000.
runway 31 right, altimeter 2959er.
And at Hogs, it says to expect
323
18,000. I'm just gonna put those in as if they're
American
actual
1355,
constraints.
Contact Washington Center 127.7.
At or above 18,000.
Contact Washington Center 127.7, American 1355.
Wait, how do I put an at or above 18,000? Is it plus? Oh, it's with a plus. Alrighty. Let's see if our TOD changed after doing that. It's still 45 miles. So if I go back into Hogs and put in 18,000 as a requirement. Hogs, 18,000. And then we go back to Perf, 33 miles till TOD. You've had to go back to Sim Update 2, the plane is you downloaded. So you can't, what do you mean you can't even do career? Downloading stuff is preventing you from doing career mode in Sim Update 2? It won't let you in? Oh, really? So you went to Sim Update 3 like we were talking about yesterday, downloaded everything, and then you click career and it just like freezes? Maybe there's some folders you can delete that have like career mode type data in them. I don't know. Missions, or maybe there's something called like missions or something like that that you can delete. Inaccessible? Huh. Yeah, that's weird. You're being a guinea pig right now, so we appreciate it. Yeah, yesterday, I mean, the theory was download everything in Sim Update 3, go back to Sim Update 2, and then just pretend like we have the download feature in Sim Update 2. But it sounds like it's causing problems. Alright, 20 miles till TOD. We'll just start it now at 1,000 per minute. We're going to go down to 11,000 at Cameron or Carmen. They still haven't fixed this annoying bug where it closes the menus. That's what you thought? I thought I'd have it all. Yeah, maybe it's not a great idea. Well, thanks for letting me know, because I've been just repeating, trying to give caveats when I say like, oh, the people are saying to do this, but we don't really know what problems it could cause yet, you know? But it seems like it seems like a great idea. But I mean, yeah, I really wish they weren't. I'm sure they have a reason for it, but I really wish that they weren't preventing us from using career mode in the beta again. I lost Beyond ATC again over here. It says announce on frequency. All right, I think I'm gonna not use Beyond ATC. It's just causing problems. So let's go in here and turn on the default ATC to the rescue. We'll go into online and turn on the real-time traffic.
JetBlue 283. Descend and maintain flight level.
Looks like we were on the right frequency. And now if I go into here, let's see if this breaks things.
Traffic is 6 o'clock.
I'm a little worried this will try to mess with my route here, but we'll see what happens.
JetBlue 280.
Alright, imported. Flight planner. Okay, it's in here, so we're going to send it to ATC. And now we can request IFR clearance. Nice.
Descend and maintain flight level 200. JetBlue 280.
Oh, it reset my sound settings. Hold on. Sound system and sound chat. Alright, now the volume should be better.
Moxie 483.
There we go.
JetBlue 280, have the Airbus in sight. Moxie 483.
Washington Center.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Cleared to Kennedy Airport is filed. Squawk 5227.
Alright, Squawk 5227.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Read that correct. Radar contact.
Oh, you did the same thing, Nick? You opened career mode in beta, and now you can't open it in Sim Update 2. That's weird.
Climb and maintain flight level 390.
I mean, hopefully we'll just see some more updates as soon as Monday or Tuesday hits. Like, with Sim Update 1 and Sim Update 2 betas, they were cranking out updates pretty regularly, so hopefully we'll get the same attention in this one.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Cleared CMI.
But yeah, it's pretty funny that Sim Update 2 came out, and then all of a sudden, like, 10 hours later, we're all on Sim Update 3 beta. Alright, it says it's giving us the RNAV. Cameron 4 cleared for the arrival. Expect RNAV Zulu. Expect SIE, proceed on course.
Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Descend and maintain flight level 190.
Alright, expecting RNAV Zulu 31. Cameron transition. Oh god, I keep forgetting they still don't.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey.
Alright.
64 contact Washington Center on 125.45. Good day.
Oh, we got a WASM crash, don't we? Yep, WASM crash, rip. Alright, it was fun, guys. Look, my throttle doesn't even move.
Washington Center. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey
Can't. Oh, I can turn these. Can't click anything. Any builds, baby. How do we know we're flying an any builds plane? WASM crash, that's how. This is what happened in the 320 as well. Probably from importing the flight plan. That's probably what killed it. Not 100% sure. Any build strikes again. It's their trademark. They have several trademarks. Bad instrument cameras, WASM crashes, and usually poor performing planes. Ugh. Alright, well that was fun. I guess I'm going to abandon the flight. RIP. Feels bad. Reload plane? Oh, that sounds like a bad idea. So close. They need to fix a couple annoying bugs. Like having a working throttle quadrant. Yeah, that's so weird. How do they just... I don't know, man. I don't know how they mess up something as major as just peripherals stop working. Like, holy crap. Okay, what's next? Maybe just some Neofly? Should I just rip out some Neofly with the bird mod? Work on my Vision Jet? I never know whether to do Neofly or do On-Air Company. Are both of those working? I haven't tried either one of them. Let's see. I don't know. Let's see if On-Air is working. Loading On-Air Company. So close. Now the bush flight. Bird has been busy, so we haven't done the bird tour. I don't think I even own a plane. Do I own a plane in On-Air Company? I don't think I do. The longitude. Oh, I have a longitude leased? Should we fly the longitude or go something slower? Maybe we should do something slower. Have the longitude got any updates? Let's see here. Sim update 3. Nothing about the longitude in the release notes. That doesn't mean that we didn't get anything. The other day you switched fuel tanks during a long flight and the whole flight got ruined. Yeah. Yep, it does happen. So Beyond ATC is kind of messed up. I mean, any builds is still giving. I've gotten WASM crashes in literally every any builds plane I've flown. I even flew the 320 like a month or two ago and it was just like, oh, WASM crash. Even just on the ground getting the plane set up. Just it's crazy. It's their trademark. The 350 is the most stable of them now, but whatever they've learned from making that more stable, they need to go back and put it in the other planes. Man, especially the default planes. Like, that's somebody's first introduction to any builds planes, and they're more likely to get a crash. That's probably bad for their business. Man, what do I want to do right now? I kind of want to just do a couple GA flights. Let me see what we got here. KMQJ as far as planes go. Maybe we can get something smaller. Oh, there's an SR-22. Oh no, somebody's got it at least. There's just a longitude and a V-tail Bonanza. Is it 35B updated? I don't think it is. Alright, Binky, have a good one, man. Did it crash? The sim did not crash. The any builds plane got a WASM crash, so I had to stop the flight. Just don't really need to fly any builds planes. V35B. Unverified by Microsoft themselves. I don't think I want to risk flying a non-24 plane. You think that's the reason for the inspirational music? Everyone's surprised when a whole flight goes through? Yep. What's nearby? Phoenix? I did kind of a lot of that yesterday. Let me see what other planes are nearby. Kind of want to get into something different. Worlds by... Oh, they changed the name of this. Okay. Browse the aircraft market. Maybe I need to fly the longitude somewhere to pick up a new plane. You had your first WASM crash yesterday in the PMDG. I did have like one in the 777, one or two in the 777 on the first day it came out. We're going to get the freighter tomorrow, so that'll be fun. Affordable aircraft only. Seats, range, max price. What to fly? The Saab. Oh, that's a Saab 17. I mean, did the Saab... I wonder if the Saab is flyable. I kind of had a good time flying the Saab, the 340 before. Like, I haven't flown it since the sim came out. So maybe they've made some improvements. I mean, there's always hidden release notes, right? So... It's what I have. Like, I want to fly something smaller. Well, I mean, I guess this is a little smaller. It's not even a jet, right? I don't know. Saab 17 has no full power engine sound? I don't think I've flown the 17. What is it even? What is the Saab 17? It's like a little single engine prop. It plays the idle sound mid-flight. Nice. SR-22. I mean, I could get back into the Grand Caravan. It's a Swedish bomber plane. Yeah, I don't know if I've flown that one. What's a 207? 207? CJ3, no thanks. This music's very epic. Wow. CJ4. Now, this is taking too long. I'll just do a quick longitude flight and then I'll figure it out. Maybe the next airport will have a... Maybe the next airport will have a plane that I want to switch to. The longitude is... It was already pretty solid, so hopefully it's still solid. I had one livery because they messed up all the other liveries, I think. Or was that the CJ4? Maybe that was only the CJ4. Alrighty. Dashboard, flights, mount comfort, KMQJ. Okay, we got at least. Let's find a job. It's been a while for on-air company. Unload this flight. Alright, let's find a good paying job. $12,000 KFYG, Washington Regional, 200 miles. And this only goes up to 300 miles. We can go a little bit further. This thing is a rocket ship. 21,000 to go 300 miles. Medical transportation. Heck yeah. 4 passengers. KUKF. Oh, it's 2 legs. That's why. Oh, we have to make a pit stop at K Day? Oh no. Where is it? Oh, we have to go to KUKF and then south to K Flow, Florence. Wilkes County and then Florence Regional. Okay. That sounds fine. And then KUKF and KFLO. What's up, Deadly? How you doing? Alright, let me accept that and then I'll see if anything else goes to UKF and FLO. Nothing else to flow. Okay, that's it. Alright, let's do the quick prep. There we go. I need the pending. Wait, where's the prepare aircraft button? Why can't I click this? Oh, that's a VA aircraft. Ah, crap. Oh, I can't load personal jobs into it. Unless I change that permission. I didn't know we still had a leased one. I forgot it's green, so that means it's the VA. Which platform? This is On Air Company. There are a bunch of career mode, third-party career mode things. Okay, let me just, I'm just going to change the VA permissions. We're not even using the VA anyway. Just need to change it so people can use any plane. Almost done. Manage roles. There we go. Okay, now if I refresh, hopefully I can fly it. No. Crap. Okay, how about I stop the lease and then I buy the plane? Or I lease the plane myself. Alright, one sec. I'm just opening up another window for the VA management. What's up, Grim? How you doing? Okay. Other window you guys... There's a window you guys can't see right now that I'm waiting to load. All right, stopping the lease, stopping the lease. Okay, now I should be able to go to airline, rent aircraft. And my pilot's here, KMQJ. All right, longitude. Wait, where's the one that's available here? I just stopped the lease. Oh, it went to another airport. This is the stuff in on-air company that's just so annoying. You spend all this time like not flying, which is why I was using NeoFly so much more. The NeoFly doesn't like save anything in the cloud, so you could lose everything if you don't back up your files, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, this is annoying. I'm just gonna go to NeoFly now. I don't want to deal with it. All right, NeoFly saved the day. We can just fly like whatever we want. I think I have a Vision Jet in NeoFly though. I've been trying to work up for something new. All right, NeoFly has an update for the longitude, Skymaster. Oh, they added the Coronado F-33A. That's pretty cool. That would be fun to fly, actually. Have the Coronado. All right, I'm going to get NeoFly going and the Bird mod going. NeoFly add-on, ready to install add-ons. Right. Okay, I got to close this sim real quick. Okay, I'm going to let it do its thing. Did it install the add-ons though? NeoFly, yes it did. Okay, starting the sim again. I think I just gotta grind more on the Vision Jet. Activating packages. I think the activating packages step is like a library refresh. It's like contacting Microsoft, getting your whole list every time, or I don't know, something like that. I feel like the loading is not any faster with the downloads. So it's probably more about like, you know, just things not streaming in while you're flying. It's just frozen at 14%. Well, now's a good time to get a snack, I guess. Be right back. Oh, now it's moving. Damn. I'm still gonna get one. Be right back. All right, sweet. All right, Neofly, what do we got? Yeah, I just have the Vision Jet. I'm at C, yes. You know, if they have the Carenado or something, let me check the aircraft market. Hey, let me add the Carenado. I have to go to settings and add it, I think. This search is so painful. Okay, there we go. Okay, I added the F-33A. Add the 777-200. Yep, add the 777-200. And I guess I'll have the 777F tomorrow. I'll just add that now. What's up, Adam? You play on Xbox, you're not sure if it's you. You have downloaded everything, you feel like the LOD is worse. It should still be streaming in the stuff on the, like, the ground, but mine looked pretty blurry today too. I thought that was something they put in the release notes, is that they were improving the blurriness or something, right? I thought that was one of the big things in this release too, is like the terrain blurriness. Maybe it was on Flight Simulator, flightsimulator.com. Sim update 3. I think it was here, right? One of these. Yeah, this right here. Ground textures are blurry. In progress, sim update 3. So maybe they had some of the fixes in there, I'm not sure. Or maybe some of it is in progress and broken. So yeah, it's hard to say, but I was noticing that on my flight. As soon as I took off today, I was like, man, the ground looks kind of blurry. So it's probably not anything you're doing. And I mean, we're not downloading the aerial photography locally. It's too much data. It's always going to stream that in. So it shouldn't be affected by us downloading stuff, as far as I know. So here there's the Comanche, Kodiak, Turbine Duke. I love the Turbine Duke, but I'm just going to stick with 2024 compatible planes now. So let's just do a quick Vision Jet mission. I think I have the executive seating version. Yeah, executive seating. So I need to make sure to pick that. Go with this livery. I'm at CYES. GA ramp. Your aircraft has no fuel. Okay. Ooh. If I was having blurry textures with your rig, it might have been something with the servers. Yeah, it probably is. I mean, yeah, mine looked pretty crappy taking off today. It also can vary pretty widely from one area of the world to another, so sometimes it just matters where you're flying. You could also check to see if in your online settings you have photogrammetry on or off. I usually keep mine off, honestly, but it might improve the terrain and stuff if you turn it on. What's up, Luke? Of course, man. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, I'll hit the quick remove button. Let's see, bird mod is working. Bird posted a preview of his mod here that I've been using for wear and tear. He showed a preview where this wear and tear stuff is in there, and he's like coding in custom failures and everything that's not in the game by default. He's like turning every plane into a Comanche is like how I think about it. Yeah, this is nasty here. Nasty weather. Oh, you don't have to worry about it anymore, Neb. We now can go into online and turn off show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. And we don't have to worry about being on top of each other. It'll hide the planes. So it's kind of nice. All right, let me find a mission in NeoFly. So CES mission list. Sort by reward, of course. $266 miles. It's kind of far. I kind of want to go closer if I can. CYQB. Quebec. Oh yeah, we're way in like northern Maine. Wait, what's down here? This looks more interesting. Yeah, I'd rather go here. Fredericton, is that what it says? This random little airport down here. Doesn't pay as much, but it's probably cooler. 1 passenger, 126 miles. CYFC.
Transporter from dispatch. The passengers for the concert are waiting for you at the boarding parking.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Pilot
go.
from dispatch. Boarding passenger. Please stand by.
Let's go to the goods market and see if we can bring more crap there. CYFC. Okay, yeah, mechanical parts would be very profitable, or a little, like 1,000 for each one. You only take like 2 of them. I'll probably forget about them, honestly. What do I have in the plane right now? No cargo. It says we have no fuel.
Everyone is on board.
Let me see if the fuel sync works now. This will be a test, I guess. So if we go here into the fuel section, yeah, it says we're empty. And then we go to NeoFly and turn fuel sync on and go to the hangar and add some fuel. Just add 300 pounds. Okay. Oh, it added it. 300 pounds. I set it to kilograms here. So in pounds, did it add 300? Yeah, it added 314 pounds. Ooh, that's pretty nice. That's precise. Okay, that's probably a good sign. I'm gonna go back to kilograms and then change to kilograms here if it'll let me. Where do I set kilograms? Pounds. Settings. Am I missing something? Where do I change the unit? Okay, I don't know if I can. I think everything's in pounds. Alright, that's fine. Alright, I'll just go to pounds here. But cool, it's setting it, so that's good. I think I had some problems with that in some planes. Alright, we'll just do this quick flight. CYFC. So let's get a Simbri flight plan. CYES, CYFC in the SF50. Vision jet. Okay, we'll do pounds instead of kilograms. What's up, Robert? How you doing? I'm using NeoFly for career mode. All right, we're going just direct grins and then direct there. It says we only need 352 pounds. That's perfect. And does the destination airport have fuel though? CYFC. Yeah, it does right here. It has fuel. Okay, so we'll go to the hangar and load in just what we need, 352 pounds. All right, 356. That's close enough. Okay, and then we're missing 667 pounds. So let's see if this works in beta 3. So if I go to cargo, or let's go to seats first. Save config open ATC panel. I wonder if it's going to let me do the boarding or not. Let's see. Batteries on, strobe on. Ground services. Doesn't look like it. Alright, so we'll do load immediately. It wants me to add 667 pounds. Load aircraft immediate. Okay, it weighed it down. It still says missing 667 pounds. So there's still a problem with it detecting weight in the plane somehow. I don't know how that's still a problem. Kind of weird. Weird. Well, let's get the engine started. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is with NeoFly detecting the weight that's loaded in the sim anymore. It just doesn't seem to be able to do it. I mean, you see the plane shifting around as I'm loading the weight. It just... I don't know how this still was broken. Doesn't match current payload. 667 pounds missing. So if we do the flight planner weight here and I load it, is this going to change it? 400. It's doing the fuel, so I don't want to do that. Load passengers and cargo. Air while loading payload. Okay. Alright, so we're still not going to get the bonuses for doing the correct weight, so there's no point in doing the weight. Yeah, this has been a problem for like months, I feel like, with NeoFly, where I can't load any weight, so I can't get any bonus for having the required weight for the XP. It just says no bonus XP, so I guess it's not a huge deal. And I don't know, it looks like the Vision Jet doesn't load the passenger avatars in, right? I had it working with another plane before, or it's not working in this one. So we'll put 160, load immediately, and nobody appears. Back here, 130, there we go, load immediately. No passenger. Oh, here he is. Oh, why didn't it load the person in the front? But this is that bug where the passenger's just standing there. And then you start moving and they're just still standing there, so. What's up, Deuce? Beta 3 is... The coolest thing about Beta 3 is just the downloading the content locally. That's definitely the highlight. You know, like any beta, there's bugs, though. Like, the EFB is broken. You can't load... If you load charts, then it doesn't work. It crashes if you try to load a chart. So, unfortunately, we can't use any charts right now. Alright, anyway, there's no reason for me to take anything other than myself. Initialize the fuel. We got just the pilot. And here, let's try the import. Beautiful. Runway 34, direct grins, CYFC. And then in the flight planner, under the route, I can send this to ATC. And then ATC will go to clearance. Now there's nothing, so. Alright, we'll just tune traffic then. Still on the ground, of course. Alright, required takeoff distance is up here, 1608. I'll just make it 1700. Alright, accept initialization. We got our flight plan in. And the weather sucks, so really we wouldn't be able to take off in this without getting an IFR clearance first, but I don't think we can do that. I don't know, what if we try to dial in a frequency? I don't know if this is going to work. Like if we go here, frequencies, yeah, there is Montreal Center. Is that setting the frequency? 1228, yeah. Oh no, 1221. Oh, this is broken. Look, set 121, it says it was set, it wasn't set. Alright, they broke the set buttons here too, I guess. Try to do it manually, 1221. Transfer, that changed it. And that changed it down here. Yeah, this is not... That's so weird. The frequency isn't changing up here. Alright, whatever. We'll just pick up IFR in the air. We'll take off illegally and then we'll go for it. So, pre-flight inspection. Hello! Hello! What's up, Jewel? How's it going, man? Alright, so we got the door latched. Parking brake is on. Battery 1 and 2 are on. We'll get fresh air and oxygen on. Outside air temp is 12. We'll want to use anti-ice in the climb. FADEC channel A is shown. Strobe light is on. Cast messages, probe heat is off. That's fine. We'll do takeoff trim. Okay, 6 degrees. Engine's already started. Yep. Oxygen good. Passengers good. Bleed switch to bleed. Yep. Com nav GPS. So let's get tick comma. Get the altimeter set. And last time I was using this map to use the charts over here, but I think if we load the charts, it's probably going to crash us just like the EFB. So we're just going to use full screen map on the right. And then our PFD, I'm going to switch it back over to the inset map. Okay. Alright, speed bugs, set our rotation speed. Com nav good. We don't have clearance yet. We'll need that when we take off. Altimeter set, transponder. We're just going to be squawking VFR. Altitude reporting, VFR is on. Okay. Heading and altitude, so SimBrief says what? 17,000 feet? So we'll set 17.5 until we get our clearance. And heading and initial altitude, we're supposed to take off on 3.4, so we'll set our heading bug to 340. You know, I can't click and drag these that I do a lot. I think that's another thing about the lock. About the lock style that I'm used to is clicking and dragging like this to move things quickly. Alright, so we need 340. Roughly. And we got altitude set. We're going to hit toga and get the auto throttle on. Down here it's on FMS. Flaps are good. Alright, trim, flaps, electric roll trim. Toga button done. Pitch attitude is showing 10 degrees. Good. Parking brakes release, brake check. Alright, cool. Let's get the parking brake off.
I know it's going to be a good day when my favorite pilot is working.
Alright, let's go over to runway 34.
Greetings from the tower.
Oh, I guess
We
the
have a
parking
number of
brake turned
passengers that
itself
need assistance
on.
to board. Please confirm you are ready to receive them.
Alright, runway 34 over here.
Transporter, boarding has started.
Boarding has started? What? What do you mean boarding has started? I hope they've boarded. Yeah, I use lock except for Airbus. Alright, landing lights on.
Charlie Yankee Echo Sierra traffic.
Everyone is
Couch
accountable.
Romeo Alpha
Time
Whiskey
to take off.
64 is taxiing to runway 34. Charlie Yankee Echo Sierra traffic.
Taxi to the runway and take off.
Alright, we're just taking off and going direct grins. It's pretty much a direct flight. Landing lights as required. Probe heat is on. We're going to do engine anti-ice on now because it's 12 degrees. Whoops. Should look outside. 12 degrees. And we're just going to need it when we take off. Fuel low total. Now we're good. It's a short flight. We did the fuel calculation with the sim briefs. Trim and flaps are set 6 degrees. Flaps 25. Alright, brakes hold. Do the takeoff. Got it. Alright, takeoff thrust is set. Whoa. I was lined up with the lights. Does the rain look better? What the heck? Did the rain always look that good?
Have a nice flight.
Why does the rain look so good? Is it just me? Now we're up 500 feet. Flaps up.
Montreal Center. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64 is type. 1 miles northwest of Charlie Yankee Echo Sierra. 1000. Request flight following.
Alright, into the MCTD 10.
Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64, Montreal Center. Squawk 4666.
It's the vision jet.
Squawk 4666. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64.
Let's go heading. FLC.
Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Radar contact 2 miles northwest of Charlie Yankee Echo Sierra. 2100. Altimeter 2940.
Roger. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64.
It's default. This comes with the sim. Standard edition or higher. It was a payware plane in 2020, but the Microsoft team got it added as a default plane in 2024. I'm gonna get the autopilot on now. Alright, pitch attitude, all this is good. Flaps are up, clear of obstacles, over 115. Airspeed, auto throttle's got it. And let's see if we can do, yeah, we can do IFR clearance now.
Montreal Center. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. 2 miles north of Charlie Yankee Echo Sierra. 4600. Request IFR to Charlie Yankee Foxtrot.
Alright,
Charlie.
engine's good, our
Ready
fuel
to
is
copy.
low, which is, we expect to have it low.
Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64 is cleared to Charlie Yankee Foxtrot Charlie Airport is filed.
Pressurizing.
4666.
Alright, 4666.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Cleared to Charlie Yankee Foxtrot Charlie Airport is filed. Squawk 4666.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64, read back correct. Radar contact 6100. Altimeter 2940, continue to grins following heading 145. Proceed on course. Climb and maintain 17,000.
Alright, proceed on course, climb maintain 17,000 and 145 to
Continue grins
Grims.
following heading
We're good.
145. Resume own navigation. Climb and maintain 17,000.
Alright, next is cruise checklist.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64.
Woo! Beautiful. Dude. Yeah, those clouds look kind of terrifying. Probably stay clear of those. Alright, let me get our charts up here.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64, contact Moncton Center on 134.25. Good day.
Good day.
Going to
Just responding by hitting 1 on my keyboard.
Alpha Whiskey 64. Moncton Center. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64 is passing 9,500, climbing 17,000.
Hey, no, I have weight turbulence on and things have been running fine, but I bet if I turn it off, my performance will be even better.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Moncton Center. Altimeter 29er39er. Radar contact. Continue to grid.
29er 39er. Alright, we're continuing to Grims. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, we're icing up a little bit. Let's get all the ice protection on for now. Alright, windows are clear now. Oh, the gear? I don't know. Not, oh, yep, there it is. Yep, it's still there. So stupid. There we go, they're the seat views. This one's decent.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect Renav Zulu runway 15. Approach via vocab transition. Cleared to vocab.
Cleared to vocab? RNAV Zulu 15?
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect Renav Zulu runway 15. Approach via vocab transition. Cleared to vocab. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64.
RNAV 15.
Couch
vocab.
Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64, contact Boston Center.
Alright, we're gonna activate because he said cleared to vocab.
Good day.
So we're going direct to vocab. Look at that, they gave us a transition. Unbelievable.
Boston Center. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64 is passing 16,000, climbing 17,000. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64, Boston Center, altimeter 29er39er, radar contact. Continue.
29er 39er. And if they just get us up 1,000 feet more, we won't need the altimeter. I guess they'd have to do 2,000 feet. Ugh. Dude, those clouds look nasty. Disgusting. Let's see, our endurance says 27 minutes. Oh, wait. 23 minutes of endurance. Wait, we're not in cruise yet. We're still climbing. Oh, yeah, now we're in cruise. Wait, do we not have enough fuel? En route, 25 minutes. Endurance, 22. I mean, in the descent, we'll be saving on the fuel, but maybe it didn't give me... I just trusted SimBrief. Maybe that's not great. What's my favorite feature? I mean, just downloading the... Being able to download the content's great. Everybody's wanted it since the launch, so that's a really big deal. Second, I mean, the night lighting, all the lighting fixes are incredible. So if you fly at nighttime, you can see plane lighting, aircraft lighting way further out now. So you can see like a string of planes lined up for landing and stuff. The runway lights, taxiway lights are all very, very improved. So even when you zoom in with your camera, they don't get like super huge and distracting. So yeah, the lighting fixes are really good. And yeah, downloading all the content's great. Yeah, I don't know. Did that rain look new? That looks really, really detailed to me. I don't know. I don't recall it being like that. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's new or not. It looked good. Career mission? Yeah, I'm using NeoFly. NeoFly is free, so if you're on PC, like, there are paid features if you want them, but for the most part, especially if you want to fly GA. But yeah, it's just a mission finder kind of thing. It has your, gives you ratings and stuff. It gives you, you know, you have money and all that. So NeoFly's good. Trying to do what, William? The pilot weight? No, how do you do that? How do you do the Insider for the beta? Download the Xbox Insider Hub app and then opt in for the beta for Flight Sim 24 and then restart Flight Sim. Like, sometimes you have to restart your entire PC. So you do that, and then the next time you start the sim, it should automatically update you to the beta that you've opted in for. And then you do the reverse to opt out. Joel, thanks for the raid, dude. Just doing some NeoFly here on Sim Update 3. I was trying the A330 for the first time, and then I got a WASM crash, so so that ended that. Thanks very much for the raid, dude. Not authorized to access? Oh, I'm not sure. Somebody said that they changed the way you opt in, so you might need to look on the forums. I think they said something about a new way to opt in for the beta. I didn't have to do it, but maybe it's because I was already on the beta. Let me check the forums. Challenge League, what to know before you join. Yeah, it says we use a website sign up for Xbox and Windows. Oh, you have to go to this website, it looks like, William. I think you go to this website. Anyway, here's another link. This is the whole article about it. Yeah, I guess you have to go to Insider Registration. I must already be registered because it just let me get on the beta. Yeah, yeah, okay. Joel says if you're in the beta, you don't need to do anything. But yeah, I guess new people do. But yeah, there's a bunch of instructions there. Oh, what did they say to us? Why am I couch raw 64 again? They have the other bug again where it keeps changing my tail number every single time. All right, altimeter 2937. All right, en route 17 minutes, 16 minutes of fuel, 17 minutes en route. What could go wrong? I mean, our TOD is coming up in 6 minutes. And they already cleared us. Well, they didn't clear us for the approach. They cleared us for the initial approach fix at vocap. Let's look at it over here. RNAV Zulu 1-5 via vocap. GNSS approach. RNAV, LNAV approach. 420, nice for our minimums. Put that in. Bottom altitude is 2,500 recommended. Alrighty. So down to 2,500. And that's what we have in over here. I know we got 1,500 at... Yeah, okay, 1,500 to Vaughan, so 1,500 is our bottom altitude. Alright, let's set that up. Chill out, we're fine, it's alright. We got plenty of fuel. Alright, we did the cruise. Descent, thrust lever as required. Alright, we'll just hit VNAV. We're ready to go. V path enunciated. Hopefully we have enough fuel. I don't know. I trusted SimBrief and it said we needed 380 pounds or whatever. I put that in. And man, we're burning through it fast. Down to 174 pounds. And that sun is just right in the way. Yeah, 14 minutes endurance. We'll get a better idea of how much time we have of fuel, how much fuel endurance we have left once we get into the descent, though.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. IFR flight plan is canceled. Radar service terminated.
What?
Squawk 1200.
Maintain VFR? What the heck?
Moncton Center, Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64.
Wait, what?
13 miles east of Mike Echo 00, 17,000. Request IFR to Charlie Yankee Foxtrot Charlie. Ready to copy.
Wait, it just re-requested IFR clearance. I didn't even hit anything. That's weird. There's still bugs with ATC.
Mountain Center, Air Canada 844 Heavy is passing flight level tree 5.
I mean, I've just been having problems with Beyond ATC and Sim Update 3, so whatever. It's better than nothing. I really just want it for the background noise and the AI traffic, so it's not a big deal. What's up, Evo? How you doing, man? Alright, well, we got the altimeter. I guess we can check the altimeter at the destination. Note to self, don't load the charts, or we will crash. Destination, info, weather. Oh, nice, it's IFR. Half a mile, 2.5 miles visibility, light rain, mist, overcast at 700 feet. This LNAV approach goes down to 420 feet.
United 9er 29er Heavy, Moncton Center. Radar contact, continue.
It's a funny A320. It's a Vision jet. About Neofly, to add your weight, you have to set the pilot to 170. Oh, are you saying that it doesn't detect anybody that's seated unless they're over 170 pounds? Yeah, I said I'm gonna fly the A330, which I did, and then I got a WASM crash, and now I'm done flying it. What's up, Spider? Yeah, I did start with the A330 until we got a WASM crash, and then I said, okay, well, I guess any build's gonna any builds, and then now I'm flying this. Also, Beyond ATC was constantly like losing connection or something. There's something with Sim Update 3 that seems to be messing with Beyond ATC.
Radar contact to continue.
Vertical track.
But yeah, I mean, the 330 was okay. It's like, it's got sound bugs when you use instrument cameras. The instrument cameras don't even look up at the overhead. We got a WASM crash. It's just typical any builds things, unfortunately. Not too surprised by it. In flight sim settings, you put 120? Are you talking about the EFB, Luke, and here where you set your weight and balance? I did this before, but I just set it up to something like, you know, however much weight it required for the mission. It sounds like you're saying that Neofly does not detect a seat weight of anything under 170 pounds. Is that what you're getting? Is that what you're saying? That I have to do at least 170 pounds per seat, otherwise it treats it as 0? Whatever Neofly is doing, it's buggy. It should just detect the weight everywhere. But yeah, I put in 600 pounds across 4 seats or whatever, and it didn't detect any. Beyond ATC sent a CJ4 on your exact flight path. It looked like you were racing. You were in the Corvallis? That thing probably went super fast past you then. You do it from the jet itself? Well, it matters which plane you're flying. So, for example, this plane, you cannot set the weight and balance with the FMS. Like, the actual weight and balance has to be done in the EFB to actually apply the weight to the plane. The weight that you load in the FMS is just for like the calculation of your rotation speed and stuff, or your takeoff distance required and your VREF speed and stuff like that. But yeah, some planes you can do it from the FMC, like, you know, the Phoenix, the PMDGs, usually you can set the weight that way. But in the GA planes, they don't have that complex of features, so you just use the kind of the global weight and balance stuff, which is all through here. You go like into mass and balance, and then you can add people in the seats, add the cargo, add the fuel, and then hit load. But yeah, it's just still not compatible, I guess. Yeah, the Honor one works better. The Neofly guys haven't. It doesn't seem like they've updated it to work with 2024 yet, because I've always had this problem with 24. Like, it's been out like 6 months, so hopefully they update it, because I like it. Otherwise, it sucks not being able to weigh the plane down and have a, you know, various cargo amounts and passenger amounts and stuff. Yeah, both of them though, like sometimes I'll have problems where depending on the plane you're flying, it can't load the weight properly. You know, like it won't be able to put weight in the cargo section or detect it, or the pod on the Grand Caravan, stuff like that. Wait, why did? I don't understand. Do I have the ATC assistance on? Oh, I do. Wait, I didn't turn that on. I'm not going to turn this off until we land, though, because that's the one CTD I got yesterday on the beta, was turning that off. It's requesting flight following all on its own now. Oh, so it canceled the IFR clearance. That's what happened. That's why it got canceled. It's just the AI pilot, AI co-pilot things. And we're just gonna pretend like we have IFR clearance. It says we have 6 minutes of fuel left. I think I have to cheat and add fuel. You know, it's not gonna let me, is it? Oh no. I think we might be crashing. I mean, the airport's right in front of us, but why did SimBrief give me such little fuel to load then? Like, did I not do the init correctly? Do we actually have more fuel than I think? 10 gallons. I think it's right. Uh-oh. It might be GG. It might be over. No, everything's fine, dude. Oh, no. Alright, let's try to cut the corner a little bit. We're gonna go directly to the FAF. 1500 directly to the FAF. Okay, now we have 9 minutes of endurance at our current power settings, but it's going to add it back in. Alright, we're going to take manual control of the throttle and just keep the speed down. Let's keep it down to 200. Ah, the puppy is home. You love tuning in. The first thing you hear is we have 17 minutes to go, 6 minutes worth of fuel. What could go wrong? Yeah, we'll be okay. Look, we got an extra minute of fuel at this point. Everything's fine. Don't even worry about it. Oh, we're on vertical pitch now. Let me pitch down a little bit more, catch up to it. Uh-oh. 3 gallons, 5 gallons. All right, I'm gonna change this constraint up. We're gonna add 1,000 feet to it to be higher, just in case we run out of fuel. And let's bring our selected speed down. Maybe 1,000 feet's a little too much. Let's do 500 extra feet. Trying to catch up to the vertical profile. Alright, we're back on V path. Alright, outside air temp is 3. No go arounds, not enough fuel. Oh, we do have the chute, you're right. What is that blue light over there? What the heck? Oh, that's a reflection. What is that? It's your Garmin. Right. Beautiful. All right, down to 170, so we can get gear and flaps one already. All right, so thrust as required. Landing field elevations over here at 60. Ice protection, we have engine anti-ice on. We'll turn the rest on if we see it on the windows. Brake pressure check. Okay, approach briefing. We are doing the LNAV, but we're gonna stay high at 2500. Shall do 2000, right? Problem is that the ceilings were reported at what? It was broken at 800 or something like that. 700 broken. Altimeter 2936. So 700 feet broken. By the time we break out, that'll only put us 600 feet above the field or so. So we do need to go all the way down to like 700 feet. So I can't really stay high. Yeah, I think we just have to get down and hope that slow enough speed conserves our fuel. And maybe do like a no flap landing if we have to keep our speed up, keep our throttle low. All right, we're gonna make one more left turn to line up. All right, back on the profile. Windows are looking fine. Their wings look okay too. And bring us down to 140 if we can. We got 3 gallons of fuel in the right tank, 1 gallon in the left tank. Approach briefing, land the plane. Ice protection's on. 140 and flaps 50% and gear down's next. Yeah, I don't know what happened with this sim brief. It was in pounds, right? Oh my god, I read the fuel burn instead of the block fuel. I can't believe we might actually make it. I looked down here and I was like, all right, 352 pounds. And I loaded 352 pounds. We needed 1,000. Damn it. Fail. Oh no. 1 gallon in the left tank, 3 in the right. We're currently using the... I can't even tell which tank it's on.
I just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
Thank you. A little bit of self-induced panic here. This is fine. All right, we can see the ground. That's good. Very good. All right, I'm going to get the gear down at the last minute. If we run out of fuel in the... Okay, we're on right tank with 3 gallons left. Yeah, sim brief was correct. Yeah, it's fine. It's pilot error as usual.
Virgin 137 Heavy contact Boston Center on 124.25.
Good day.
Alright, let's get the gear down. Bring the speed to 100. Just get auto throttle off. Alright, let's make sure we force it to right tank. I don't want it to accidentally shift to left and run out of fuel in the left tank. Alright, where's the field? It's at approach mode, so it'll follow the advisory guidance. 3 gallons, now 2 gallons. 13 minutes of endurance at these power settings. Okay, there it is. Alright, I'm going to do flaps 1. Winds are calm. We're just going to do flaps 1.
Tower, Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64.
I think we might be good, actually.
700 with Sierra.
2 gallons and right.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Tower.
Yeah, I don't want to do
Airport
full
is
flaps because
currently
then we're going to need more engine power to make up for the drag. 2 gallons in the right tank.
Moncton Center, Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. 2 miles northwest of Charlie Yankee Foxtrot Charlie. 700. Request IFR to Charlie Yankee Foxtrot Charlie.
He's still trying to get clearance, this guy. Chill, dude. Chill. They improved the rain, didn't they? Did the rain look like this before?
Squawk 0026.
I swear that I don't know that the rain looked like this before.
Minimums.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Cleared to Charlie Yankee Foxtrot Charlie Airport is filed. Squawk 0026. Jazz 7922. Maintain present altitude. Expect ILS runway 09er approach via Hadri transition. Cleared to Hadri. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Read back correct. Radar contact 100. Altimeter 29er tree. 6 turn. Right heading 155. Resume on navigation. Climb and maintain 17,000. Turn right heading 155. Resume on navigation. Climb and maintain 17,000. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64.
Alrighty.
Maintain present altitude. Expect
Can we get to parking with 3 gallons?
Via Hadri transition. Cleared to Hadri. Jazz 7922.
Jazz 7922. Contact tower on 118.5 when inbound on the approach.
Yeah, I'm doing Neofly.
118.5. Jazz 7922.
Alrighty. Yeah, we're fine, everybody. Don't worry about it, passengers. Everything's good. We'll just pretend this didn't happen. There we go. Tara, thank you for the prime. Welcome to
look
Couch
who we got
Captains.
here. Tara Rose Gaming, you magnificent couch captain. Thank you for sticking with this wild ride and keeping the skies alive. Your loyalty is something special, like a Royale with cheese keep you flying high.
He said
Be
it.
the legend you are. Much appreciated, partner.
Damn, Sam. So I always got to one up me on the welcome message. Thanks again for the prime, Tara. All right. Yeah, that was a fun little hop. It would have been a little more fun, or I guess less fun in a good way, with more fuel. I can't tell if the rain is better. I just haven't seen it for a while. But whatever the rain effect is, and maybe it's just this plane specifically, just like, I don't know how the window is shaped or something, how the windshield is. But it looks really, really good. Does it streak if I go faster right now?
Iberia 2627 heavy contact Boston Center on 124.25. Good day.
1 gallon in each tank. Definitely shouldn't have made it. Shouldn't have made it at all. All right, let's get these engines off.
Going to 124.25, Iberia 2627 Heavy.
Transporter, you can open the doors and begin the disembarkation.
All right, everybody get off. You're not doing it right unless the engine's sputtering as you roll up to the gas pump. Yep. Definitely got that going on. Alright, they're disembarking. I think maybe a little more fuel for the next flight might be a decent idea. Alright, Neofly. Real-time flight bonus of 5,600. Airport fees 400.
From dispatch. Another passenger
Alright, we got
completed.
20,000 there for the VIP
Bye.
mission. Thanks, bye. Alright, let's do another one.
Let's get out of here.
Ooh, let's go this way. Dude, we can go out here. Prince Edward Island. We should do that. That'd be cool. 145 miles for 21,000. Yeah, I want to go this way. Or Halifax. This one's worth a lot more, this VIP one. Down here to CYYG. Alright, let's do that one.
Good to see you again, Captain. You might recognize some of today's VIPs. They have asked to board away from the paparazzi cameras. We need to get them on board as soon as possible.
Alright, let's go new. This time I'll use the block fuel. Alright, we're departing CYFC. And we're going to CYYG. Okay, SF20.
Transporter, boarding is complete. You can start your
Or
flight.
SF50, sorry. SF20 is a Saab. You're an hour north of Halifax? Nice. Any CTDs? No? We had a WASM crash in the Anybuilds A330, the one that's in the sim by default, so not really. Not a sim crash. Okay, and... it usually fills up the plane. I mean, that's fine. I'll just... I could let it fill up the plane, or I can try to match the Neofly fuel. Or the Neofly payload and stuff. It's 1,028 pounds for the payload. I guess we can set that. $10.28 payload. Generate. Alright, we're going to reset the checklist. MFD over to this. Checklists. Checklist option. Reset all. No, I'm just not going to use the checklist. I'm done. No checklists. Get rid of them somehow. How do I close the checklist? I should know this. Oh, full button over here, right? There we go. Much nicer. All right, sim brief should be done. Yep. Let's do import route. Runway 15, Omvev to Nabin to CYYG, runway 10. Okay, let's go back to the init though, because we'll have new fuel in a second. Okay, and this time 1161 block fuel. So let's go to Neofly hangar. 1161. Whoa. 1162. I wish I could type there. All right, we'll do 1162. All right, that should have done it automatically. Let's go back here. Reset initialization. Initialize fuel. 171 gallons. And if we look in here, 940 pounds. Huh? Wait. Oh, no, wait. Reset config. Oh, there we go. 1162. Okay, that's good. I had made changes earlier. All right, so weight and balance. Let's see if we can get it to work this time with Neofly. It says it wants It's missing 1,028 pounds. So if I fill this all the way up and load it, and say load immediately, it's still the same bug. Now it's missing 593 pounds. If I bring this to 0, load aircraft, it's missing 1193. And then I add more than 1193. I'm adding 1,200 pounds and then loading the aircraft with 1,200 pounds. And it says I'm still missing 593 pounds. So it's still broken. I don't know when they're going to fix this. It's been like months. So I'm just going to remove this and just put in one person then. And then I think it doesn't, I think even if I do the cargo, like 300 pounds here. Yeah, if I fill it all the way up, it's not enough. Anyway, we'll just load that. Whatever. It's just an XP bonus. It's not really a big deal. I just like, I like it being varied, you know, having different payload amounts every flight's fun. All right, let's go back here and import again. All right, runway 15 and then runway 10. Oh, Vev and Nabin. Those are correct. Required takeoff distance just for us as a pilot is 1626. Okay, accept initialization. We got the flight plan. Let's delete our minimums. Okay, and then speed bugs. We got rotation speed back on. All right, cool. Oh yeah, now in here I just need to go flight planner, route, and then send to ATC. And looks like we can't contact clearance yet, so we're going to take off illegally in IMC. Thank you for the Bork. What's the other button when you click load aircraft? One option is... Oh, somebody back up Maddie before he gets banned by the bot. Someone Bork. Back him up. He'll get timed out by the bot if no one else borks. Alright, I'll bork. Bork. The other button is to... the other button's to not load it, but send, like... Delegate it to ATC, so if you're flying an airliner,
the winner of Bork raffle for 194 is Maddie too. Congratulations!
You would, you can delegate it to ATC, so if you're, like, at a gate in, like, the Asobo Max that supports using their ground services to load the passengers, it wouldn't load them until you tell the ATC to send the passengers or whatever. Like a gate boarding kind of thing. All right, full screen map. And what did it say for altitude here? All right, we have the fuel this time and 17,000 on the altitude again. So let's do 17,500. All right, 17,500. We're gonna hit Toga again, and we gotta get the engines on. Probably killing the battery. Gens and strobe.
You're good to go. Contact the tower for clearance.
Did it try to load passengers in? No. All right. All right, oxygen, fresh air. The flaps down and the pitch trim. Flaps to 50%, pitch trim 6 degrees. Done. All right, we got takeoff, and then shortcut for auto throttle on. Auto on the fuel still. Pitch trim set, takeoff flaps are set. Alright, we'll get our landing light on. 13 degrees out. And then over here, let's get the inset map. All right, then let's check the weather at the destination. Low IFR, 3 miles of visibility, light drizzle, overcast at 300 feet. Prefers runway 10. Well, I hope we have an ILS for 10. We got synthetic vision though, right? We'll be fine. RNAV Zulu, nice. We got an LPV approach on runway 10. That's basically as good as an ILS. ILS on 3 if we need it. Alright, we get the flight tracker up there. And then Navigraph so we can see the chart. And we're going to choose runway 10, or sorry, yeah, RNAV Zulu 10. And we're coming in from the west. We could do rod go if it'll let us. No, it doesn't. So let's do inox. Okay, and this gets us down to 250 feet. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, it says runway 10 with a 6 knot headwind, so we really don't want to land on 3. I mean, 3, I guess it would be okay. We'd have a little bit of a crosswind, right? Yeah, it's not a big deal. Yeah, 3 is fine, actually. We should change to runway 3 maybe and get the real ILS approach. I think we should do that. Because those extra 50 feet might make us a lot more comfortable. Winds are 100 at 6. at 6, and what's the magnetic variance? It is 18 west, so we need to add 18 to 110, so 118 at 6. So that's why runway 10. Yeah, we need to add 18, right? 118 at 6 would be the winds. Wait a minute, does this not take into account magnetic variation either? This says 6 knot headwind and a 0 knot crosswind for runway 10. Runway 10 is at a 097 heading. The METAR says 100 at 6. This is in true heading because it's on a METAR. So using the magnetic variation, it's 18, which means we need to add 18 west. So the winds are actually 118 at 6. So that's a good, you know, what is that, 21 degrees difference? So we'd probably have at least a knot or two of crosswind, right? At least one. I wonder, I mean, it's hard to tell with the low winds, but are they not translating the METAR wind into magnetic direction? I'm going to see this everywhere now. Like, I'm just double checking everywhere every time I look for the winds. I think they're just not translating from true to magnetic. Anyway, we'll land on 3. It's the same length. It's 2 feet longer. And we'll have the ILS approach. Alright, so change to 3. And then we'll change the approach. ILS runway 3. And we have this, let's see, a Kobo would be better. We're coming from the west. And this will bring us down lower. Down to 200 AGL instead of 250. Alright, so let's change that here. So, edit approach, ILS runway 3, UKOBO, load. And we already have the minimums up over here, 358. Alright, sweet. Alright, let's finally get out of here. Everything but probe heat and engines on. Okay. And then we're doing runway 15 for departure. To our left. Or to our right. To our right. What's up, Jason? What's up, Shadow? Nice to see me flying GA. Well, it's funny because, like, in terms of all the time I've ever simmed, I've probably done like 90% of my time in GA planes. Yeah, the Vision Jet's incredible. Yeah, I've only been flying the airliners for like almost a year now. But the airliners are really fun too. I like it all. Yeah, I've mostly been in airliners. I mean, we had the 777 come out, so that was a big deal for Flight Sim 24 because we only really had the Phoenix to fly. Tomorrow the 777 freighter variant's coming out, so I'll be flying that tomorrow. But yeah, the vast majority of the planes I've flown are GA. I was kind of like the GA only guy for a while, for a really long time. But yeah, this plane's awesome. Alright, let's get our probe heat on. Oh, you just did the F-33A in the Greek Islands. Nice. I might switch to that in this. I'm doing Neo Fly, so I might switch to that if I can find one. Oh, I forgot to change. I didn't check the marketplace here. Every airport I land at, I need to check the aircraft available. I forgot this time. Oh yeah, crap, I should have done this when I first landed, but I'm gonna try it now. Hopefully it doesn't crash the sim. Oh good, it didn't. Yes, okay. The last time, yesterday I got one CTD all day, and it was when I turned off the AI, the assisted ATC. So now that that's off, it hopefully will not... Wait, I can contact ground now? Taxi to parking? What the heck? Oh, it's like stuck.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Taxi to parking.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. Taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway Charlie.
Can I fix my call sign in the EFB?
Taxi to fuel. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64.
I don't think I can. Raw 64. Alright, we're on with clearance. Alright, we got all of the stuff on. Toga's pressed, parking brakes on. Tenerife's your Neofly home base. That's cool. Iconic. And we can see the approach lighting system on the far end, on the departure end of the runway, which is crazy. I feel like we normally can't see that.
Pilot, good flight. Watch your bank.
Alpha Whiskey 64. You were not cleared to take off.
What? There's nobody to talk to take off from. There's just a ground controller.
Alpha Whiskey 64. ATC services terminated.
Good. Good. We didn't want them anyway. 400 feet. Over 115 knots, flaps up. There we go. Contact center and get IFR clearance now. There we go.
Mountain Center, Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 64. 2 miles southeast of Yankee Foxtrot Charlie. 1300. Request IFR.
Alright, flight level change, nav, auto throttle. Gears up, flaps up.
Whiskey 64 is cleared to Charlie Yankee Golf Airport as filed. Squawk 0026. Air Transat 154. Traffic is 4 o'clock for miles at flight level tree 70.
Squawk 0026.
6-4 have the generic in sight.
Alright, read back the IFR clearance.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 6-4, cleared to Charlie Yankee Yankee Golf Airport as filed. Squawk 0026.
Alright, 0026.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 6-4, read back correct. Radar contact 3900. Altimeter 29er tree, 7 continue to en route following heading 090. Proceed on course, climb, and maintain 17,000.
Alright, 17,000 again. What's up, Agile?
Continue to en route following heading 090. Proceed on course, climb and maintain 17,000. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 6-4.
This weather's sweet. What have I logged so far? Oh, it's disconnected. What happened? Crap. Should be able to see their lights coming up through the clouds a little bit. Let's see. It's weird how the strobe lights work in this thing. Like, normally I think of strobe as like the strobes. So I think if you just have strobe on, they do act like strobes here, right? So you got the white strobes on each wingtip. But then if we turn the landing light on, it strobes the landing light as well, which is weird. And there's no taxi light. So then if you turn the strobe off, you get a steady landing light, but the strobes are off. So it's kind of weird. And if you turn them both off, then you just get the nav lights, which are just kind of always on. I don't know, I guess it's safer to probably have strobes on at night like this. And then you just use the landing lights just for takeoff and landing, I guess. Because you don't want your landing light flashing. I don't understand, like, do we just want our landing lights flashing all the time? Is that just a Vision Jet landing light behavior? They always flash? It's kind of weird because, like, if you see white flashing lights, you're going to think that it's strobe lights or a tail light, right? So now they're also flashing front-facing lights? Isn't that kind of confusing? How do you distinguish between strobe lights and the front lights and the tail light? Yeah, it's a little weird. I don't get it. Then again, I don't get a lot of things. And you guys are so close and I'm not seeing any of your lights. Kevo's in the Vision Jet versus in the is that the Meridian? Deep Fried's in a Vision Jet as well. I think they might be under the clouds. 10,000 feet, 12,000 feet. No, they're not. Can't see them at all. He's invisible, 0.65 miles away. They need to fix the LOD still. How is it that I can't see his plane? Half a mile away. How did I get in so much altitude so quickly? I was in takeoff power for a couple minutes until I turned on auto throttle, which brings it down to MCT or whatever. Less than full takeoff power. So I probably just gained on you for like 1 minute. And also I only have one passenger loaded. So I don't know if you upped your... Yeah, I think you can use takeoff power for like up to 5 minutes or something like that. But I don't think anything is going to damage the engine, actually. Not until Bird's mod gets made. Gets all those custom failures in there. CTD, the charts. Yeah, that's a known issue. You can't open the charts. That's why I'm using Navigraph. Can't open the charts, and you can't use the PMDG 777-200 if you have it. That'll crash you just trying to pick it. The Phoenix works, the A350 works. The Max works. What else did we try yesterday? The Carenado Bonanza works. Yeah, if you don't have Navigraph, then and you need the charts, then yeah, probably want to avoid Sim Update 3. I'm sure they'll fix it as one of the first things. I mean, I can't believe that that got through. You literally do one flight and find the bug. Like, did they do a flight? They did fix the pressurization with Sim Update 3, yep. Tested it yesterday.
Maintain VFR. Frequency change approved. Good day.
Alright, it's 1,000 to go. We're not going to run out of fuel this time. Well, technically we didn't run out last time, so... Yeah, they did fix the PC-12. I tested it yesterday on 2 flights. In career mode. Oh, I finally see Kevo. They fixed the PC-24 V-speeds. I forget if they fixed that in Sim Update 2 or not, or 3, but they are fixed. I think it's in 3. I don't know about the stall speed though, I didn't test that. But the V-speeds are fixed. Auto throttle is not fixed in the PC-24 though. It still does the step on the gas, let go of the gas, step on the gas, let go of the gas. Everybody's driven with somebody that drives like that, right? Where they're just like, instead of just holding the gas pedal at 25%, they bring it up to 80% and then 0. 80% and then 0. 80% and then 0. That's still how the auto throttle behaves when you're at cruise or descent in the PC-24. It's fine during the climb though. And it also uses the right V-speeds now. So I think the rotation, I don't know if it uses weight or anything to calculate them, but the rotation was a little under 100 knots instead of 82. It was like 98 or 96 or something. It's hard to write throttle code that doesn't do that. It's one of the few planes that does do it though, so clearly there's got to be a solution. All the other planes work fine. What's up, Kevo? They tell you, oh, Kevin, you said they tell you to use it until it beeps? What, the takeoff throttle? Sim Update 3. Biggest change is you can download content locally. Your library of content can be downloaded locally to save from streaming too many things. I don't know what they changed with the model matching, but we were chatting about it on Discord last night. I thought that Microsoft suddenly had a lot more liveries, but instead it looks like the built-in live traffic in the sim, if you turn on the AI live traffic, like the injected live traffic or real world route AI traffic, that seems to use the FSLTL liveries now. So that's what probably why I didn't test it, but
12 o'clock. Same altitude. 1 mile.
Seems like it's just because I had FSLTL on. You can just go look at the release notes, Provat. There's like hundreds of things in it, so. I mean, downloading content locally is a performance improvement of a kind, so. But for me, I mean, I really haven't had any issues with performance. My issues are really with CTDs. That's usually because of a third-party mod or something from the marketplace, you know, some kind of add-on is usually what's causing the crashes.
Traffic. 6 o'clock. Same altitude. Less than 1 mile.
Oh, I am in manual speed mode. What the heck? Oh, that's weird. Oh, it was sticky from last time. There we go. Thanks. I turned it off on final last time, didn't turn it back on. Kevo can catch up now. That's how I climbed so fast too, I guess. Well, it was a little bit faster. It was 150 and 155 instead of 165. Saving fuel. You never fly airliners, you don't need to download those? Yeah, it's if you use multiplayer, it might still be a good idea to download them though, unless you don't use ultra air traffic. So picture that you have multiplayer turned on, someone else is flying an airliner near you. If you want to see, if you have your air traffic graphic setting higher, like it will try to load in that full version of the plane. So if you don't have it downloaded, it's going to stream it as well. But if you don't use multiplayer, you don't have air traffic on high or ultra, then it should use generics instead. But that's the big risk with like the sim, which is why like the performance having things installed locally, at least when they are loaded in for like multiplayer purposes or whatever, at least it's not downloading them. If RNAV brings you to the runway, is it possible to miss the localizer? Yeah, localizer is radio-based navigation to line up with a runway. Like, it's like half of an ILS. So RNAV, I guess technically when you're using GPS, that's like RNAV. I mean, RNAV is such a vague word. It used to have to do with like it was called like area navigation, right? And now it's more called like random navigation. It kind of just refers to the ability to fly to any known fix in a certain way, like whether it's a based off of VOR or GPS or. So it matters if you're. I think you're talking about LNAV maybe, like. So if you're using autopilot, whatever your lateral navigation mode is, like through GPS or lining up laterally using a localizer, then, you know, the lateral guidance, whatever it is going to give you the
3 miles.
Is going to set your heading or your course to line up with something like a waypoint or the runway, you know, things like that. And then the ILS, like with ILS, you're going to generally receive the localizer further out than you receive the glide slope component. So yeah, I think you're talking about the glide slope. So yeah, the localizer is the horizontal guidance. the glide slope is the vertical guidance. So on the localizer, you'll see it on the bottom. It matters what your configuration is. On mine, it'll be green needles. And then up here, you'll have the glide slope in green if it's an ILS. But yes, yeah. So it is possible to miss it, yeah. Generally, you want to be below the glide slope. So that's why if you look on an approach, like let me bring up, right here, for example. So this is the ILS for runway 3 that we're going to do on this flight. So here you can see that it shows us that we're recommended to be at 2,000 feet. And as we're holding 2,000 feet, we'll then intercept the localizer, or sorry, the glide slope. This like shaded, this like tractor beam looking area shooting up into the sky. This continues past that point, right? Like this would be also available up here, but it wants you to be underneath it to capture it at this distance out is where you're expected to capture it, and then proceed down, follow the glide slope down to the runway. With the simulator, it doesn't really matter because it doesn't matter in the sim if you pick it up from above or below. But my understanding of a real localizer is that as the frequencies that the localizer antenna the glide slope antenna transmits, they basically repeat themselves at higher and higher and lower altitudes. So there's basically a pair of those frequencies lower and higher than the actual like 3-degree glide slope that you want to follow down. So I guess in the real world, you can capture a false glide slope if you're too high. And then when you capture it, it's kind of like an echo of the frequencies above you. If you capture that, then you're getting like, you know, a much steeper descent angle. But in the simulator, it doesn't simulate that in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So you could just dive down and catch whatever it shows for the glide slope. And just catch it from above or wherever you want. As long as you capture it and follow it down, like you're fine in the sim. But yeah, for this, for example, we'll be at 200 as we approach the point where we're going to intercept the glide slope and follow it down to the runway. Do you need to be in loc mode to capture the glide slope? You need to be in approach mode. So it matters, again, which plane you're flying. So some planes, like, you know, like an Airbus, for example, or lots of airliners will have a localizer button that's dedicated just for getting the localizer, and a separate button that's dedicated for getting the glide slope. In the Garmin autopilots, like this one, nav mode doubles as a GPS lateral mode and localizer capture. So if I have nav mode turned on, and instead of using GPS for my nav source, I go down here and I turn it to loc. I could use nav mode to capture the localizer. So if I hit nav mode like this, up here instead of saying FMS or GPS, it says loc. So nav mode in a Garmin style autopilot like this one, it doubles as GPS or localizer lateral mode. It just matters what source is active. So if I change it back to magenta needles for the FMS or GPS, and then I hit nav again, now it goes GPS. But you can use nav mode to just do the localizer. Approach mode, I think there's some special use cases with a VOR and approach mode, but generally the approach mode is just for capturing the vertical guidance. So what you could do is you could have nav mode on, and then you could change your source. I'll tell you the easy way after this, but the hard way, especially with this plane, the hard way would be to manually change from GPS over to localizer mode and then re-enable nav mode so it captures the localizer. Then look for the glide slope to come alive, and hopefully above you, and then click approach mode, so once it gets down to the middle, it'll capture the vertical guidance. In this plane though, what's special is, or in the Garmins in general, and especially the G3000, like I forget if it works this way in the G1000, but anyway, if you just hit the approach mode only when you are coming up on your final approach course for an ILS approach, you just click approach and arm it. Your modes here on the bottom, so long as you're close enough, like, I showed this in, I think my part 5, was it one of my Vision Jet videos. When you get close enough to the ILS and it's in range, you'll see dashed gray lines here on the HSI. Those represent that the localizer is in range. So you could switch to green needles and use it if you wanted to. But as soon as you see those gray localizer preview needles here, you can go down and press approach without worrying about nav, without worrying about switching your nav source. All you have to do is hit approach, and the two modes that you'll see here are localizer in white. Even though you're on GPS and magenta needles, this will say localizer. And then you'll see GS over here for glide slope. Both of those on standby. When it gets close to and starts turning for the final approach course, it will automatically switch you to nav mode. Or sorry, it'll automatically switch you to localizer mode to use your nav radio, and it'll automatically switch to capture the localizer with green needles. And then glide slope will already be armed, so when the glide slope gets down, it'll capture that too. So the easiest thing is when you're nearing the final approach, I'll do it on this one too to show you. When I get close enough and I see those gray preview needles, it's like a gray line that's dashed, that represents the localizer. As soon as I see that, I can hit approach mode, and then it'll just turn, do all the work for me. It'll change to localizer mode on the nav source, it'll intercept them, and it'll have glide slope on standby already. Like, that's the easiest way to do it. But I'll do it on this one. Oh, we're coming up to top of descent, actually. 2 minutes. So at the FAF, we're going down to 1380, so we'll need to put it a little below that to give it permission to go there. So I'll just put it to 1300. If I did it to 1400, then it would stop us at 1400, but we need to go 20 feet lower than that. So I need to go below 14. We need to go 1300 to be able to get to 1380. And now I'm just going to hit VNav. Well, I'll just cycle it. It was already on. So we got V path ready for the descent. And yeah, when we get closer, I'll just hit approach button and it'll do all the work for us. But it's good to know the hard way, because in case it doesn't work or in case you forget to arm approach mode, then you'll want to know how to switch nav source over to the green needles, intercept the localizer, and then hit approach to intercept the glide slope after that. You click, Jason said I click approach when I'm on GPS. It fails to switch to approach mode, but it does put the source to nav radio, and then you click approach a second time. Interesting. I mean, as long as it doesn't do anything you don't want it to do, I guess you're good, right? What's up, runner? Have I noticed the Vision Jet now does heading sync after right-clicking? It should have always done that. Yeah, I can't remember a time when it didn't do that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wait, sync mode? What the heck? Oh, I see what you're talking about. No, I've never... now I'm going to say the exact opposite thing. I've never seen that. Wait, hold on. If I right-click, it says sync mode? Is this what you're talking about, runner? It's always worked where you right-click it and it syncs the heading, but which just means bring it to your current heading. But I've never seen it say sync mode. I don't even... Does that just hold it at our current heading? Sync mode. That's so weird. You must be talking about that. Yeah, the red light in this cockpit? Yeah. It's pretty nice. What the heck? Yeah, I didn't know that they added this sync mode. I didn't know that was even a thing. Do we have a waypoint I can add here? It'll adjust the heading to nav, so it'll just keep it pinned wherever our current heading is to maintain our course. Oh, that's so awesome. That's a cool new feature. No, I did not notice that. As soon as I right-clicked this, though, I noticed it say sync mode. I was like, what is that? Huh. That's really nice. And see how the weather is now. 3 miles. Still overcast at 300, low IFR, mist. 2940. You wonder if it's all the working title planes. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll keep a lookout out now. Thanks, that's really cool. What did I not know? They added a feature like the heading bug when you right click it. So if you move the heading over here, like generally you want to keep the heading bug sync straight ahead, just in case if you change to heading mode. You can change to heading mode on the autopilot first, and then you can start turning left instead of like turning it and then clicking heading mode. It's like if ATC says, say you have the heading bug way over here, right? And ATC tells you turn right heading 150. It's like, oh, if I hit heading mode right now for 150, it's going to start turning past that if I don't catch it in time. So right clicking on the heading bug is a quick way to sync it to straight ahead. So after every turn, you right click and sync it. But now, all of a sudden in this build, in the beta, when you right click, it's got this sync mode turned on, which I guess is going to keep it synced on your current heading towards whatever course you're going on. So like it's just going to keep it, I don't know, we'll see what happens when we don't really have another waypoint, do we? We're kind of turning final on this, but yeah, I guess in theory it's going to sync you. Actually, I could test it right now. Like if we go direct to, let's go direct to CCQ3. Let's try this. Home, direct to, there, we'll just go over here. Oops. Direct to nearest CCQ3, activate direct to. Oh, it's not. Oh, wait. Yep. See, it's doing it. Oh, nice. See it automatically moving the heading bug to whatever our current heading is? It's keeping these in sync. Oh, that's so cool. Normally you'd have to like keep it in sync yourself. Rad.
Vertical track.
All right, let's go back. All right, we're on V-path again. So we have, oh, we just have one, that's interesting. We have one bearing pointer pointing towards the localizer, but we don't have the deviation yet, so we don't see the broken part of the line. There's nothing in the middle. But we'll wait till we have that, and then we'll put approach mode on. Why is the bridge so bright? Where they have some weird ground lighting where something will just be surrounded by like super bright orange or white light. Okay, so right now you can see we got the localizer and the like deviation needle. So now I should be able just to hit approach, and even though we're in GPS mode, see when I hit approach, we get localizer on standby, glide slope on standby. So it knows we're doing an ILS approach. We have the localizer in range.
Airbus Kilo.
So when it makes this turn up here to the left, it's going to automatically change to, it's going to do what we would have to do manually. It's going to change GPS source, or nav source, from GPS to Loc 1. Which is where our nav 1 radio is tuned to the localizer. So yeah, it's showing us a preview here, and you can see it here, nav 1. So this automatic bearing pointer preview, it's showing us the localizer. So now we can go up here and confirm it. Localizer IYG 1109, IYG 1109. This localizer does not have DME though, so we actually need to use the YYG VOR to monitor. Oh, it's just a separate frequency for the DME. So 1138 is for the DME, so we'll need to tune that separately. Let's do it over here. Whoops, on nav 2. 1138. And then over here on the left, we can turn bearing pointer 2 to nav 2. And I think I need to... Is that going to show DME over here? It should show the DME over here when we get closer. 113.8. Actually, I don't know if this works exactly. Because this is a DME only nav aid, isn't it? This YYG one, I think. I'm not sure if the sim works with those. No, this is an ILS approach. I changed over to ILS 3. Because I wanted the lower minimums that it gives us. Because the weather's really bad. It goes down to 300 above the ground. The RNAV approach is nice. It was an LPV approach. That brings us to 250 above the ground on that one. But those extra 50 feet are going to be nice with the clouds so low. So I just did the ILS instead. The downside is there's like a tiny crosswind. But it should be fine. Oh, now it changed to a 6-knot crosswind. Alright, whatever. That's fine. I'd rather be able to see the runway than not, so. Alright, we're within 10 miles of the airport, so it's brought us down to 210 knots. It should bring us down to 200 knots. This is different. Wait, are we 10 miles out or 15? Oh, 15. Okay, hey, there's new logic in here, I think. Normally how it was is with FMS mode on the auto throttle, when you get within a straight line of your arrival, your destination, 10 miles out, it would bring you to 200 knots, which is 10 below what you need to be at to extend the gear. But now it looks like 15 miles out, it's brought us to 210. I think that might be new. So then if I zoom this to the 10-mile ring, as soon as this 10-mile ring touches the airport, it should bring us down to 200 knots. So this is, if you leave the auto throttle on in FMS mode, it'll do this automatically for you. You don't have to touch the throttle until you disconnect it to land. Because it'll keep every step you get configured for landing, it's going to automatically change the throttle here, the selected throttle, selected airspeed down lower and lower so you can get to the next flap setting or the next gear setting. So it'll bring us to 200 next so we can get our gear down. So right when this ring is touching there, it should change us to 200 knots over here. All right, and it's about to make the turn. So as we're making the turn, it's going to change this automatically. It's going to change the nav source from GPS down here to Loc 1, and it's going to intercept the localizer, watch. And then we're about to hit 10 miles out, so we'll also see the speed automatically change to 200. I think it might happen at the exact same moment. 210 knots and Loc 1. So Loc's on standby because all we had to do was hit the approach button. So Loc and glide slope are ready to go. All right, we're about to hit the 10 miles. And it should switch this and switch this to 200. Okay, there's green. Okay, it does them at different times. So there's Loc. It's also got the glide slope right away, and now we got 200. So it's slowing us down to 200 because under 210 knots we can get our gear down. So it's just set up for us so we can just get our gear down as soon as we're ready. Yeah, the DME isn't working. I don't think it does work when it's a DME only nav aid like this one. Because I have 1138 set over here. It's got it identified, but we don't get any DME info from it, nor over here. Yeah, doesn't really do anything for us. All right, we don't have DME, so we're just using the GPS distance. So final approach fix in 2 miles. So as soon as I hit gear down now, the 200 knot speed will change down to 170, or sorry, 180. So I hit gear down, 180 is automatically selected. Gear's coming down, and it selects 180 because that's 10 knots below our flaps 1 extension speed of 190. So once we get under 190, we can do flaps 1. All right, we're 1,500 feet above the ground, and we're about to cross the final approach fix. So I'm gonna hit flaps 50, and this will go down to 140. There's 140. Flaps 50 are out, and it's gonna bring us to 140. Why? Because it's 10 below our speed needed for flaps full. So you can see the white arc right there. And down here it says flaps full, 150 knots, so it's bringing us to 140. And there's the runway. But we have an 11 knot tailwind, so it's not helping with us slowing down. All right, so I'm gonna hit full flaps now. It's warning us that our stall speed will be lower than usual because of potential ice on the wings because of the temperature, I guess. Anyway, now it brings us down to 95 knots. So I'm just gonna grab the autopilot off and pull the auto throttle. They're linked together in this plane, so. Yeah, the technology in this plane's insane. Alright, we got a nice 7 knot crosswind.
Minimums.
Ooh. Love the turbulence in this sim. Or the I don't know how to describe it. The physics of the wind, like, they always bounce you around an insane amount on short final, like, no matter what. Especially with crosswinds, there's just, like, no consistency in how the winds behave. It's always, like, insane gust, mini tornado feeling every time. Which is why I have it on realistic turbulence, but I should probably turn it down to medium, because it just, I don't know, it seems so ridiculous. Yeah, the night lights are so much better in this thing. In the beta. Where's the parking? That's behind me. Dude, I'm not seeing Kevo's lights. I don't know what they did, like, to improve. They improved the AI traffic, so you see the lights in the plane super far out, but multiplayer is like unaffected. Like, how do I not see his lights right now? He's half a mile from me with his landing lights right in my face and I can't see him yet. I don't understand. I don't see his lights at all. Now I see his light. What? It's floating in front of his plane. What the heck? Look where the light is. Oh, that's the wingtip. Where are the rest of the lights? Wait, what the heck? Why does he only have one light? What happened to the other light? Dude, it looks so weird. In the Phoenix, I had a light floating off the wingtip, so I thought that's what was happening again. Okay, but I can see Versa's lights. I don't get it. Versa's further out than Kevo was. Like, triple the distance and I could see his light. You know what? It's the passive aircraft. Look. He's in a passive aircraft and I can see his light just like I would AI traffic from really far out. Because it's not using the whole model. Kevo's using the same exact plane as me and I couldn't see the light until he was like right on top of me. So there's some bad logic with the LOD and the draw distance of planes for some reason we can see AI stuff, or not even just AI, but any of the generic ones out way further than the actual fully loaded model. It doesn't make any sense. You would think it would be the opposite. And they have so much work to do. Just go find all those numbers and multiply them all by 10, okay? And let's be done with it. The Vision Jet? Probably. I mean, who knows? I mean, these problems are just everywhere in the sim. It's been 5 years of them not having good model matching. It's been 6 months of Flight Sim 24 not having good LOD rendering for any plane, like pieces of planes falling off, no gear being down, not seeing a plane that's a third of a mile in front of you on final. They have so many problems with that stuff. It's crazy how long they've had the problems. Like, you would think that it would prioritize airplane LOD over almost anything else. Like, do I really need to see, like, why is it that the neighborhood lights are visible, but an airplane in a flight simulator's light is not visible right in front of my face, a third of a mile away, but I can see the lights in these people's windows over here? You know, it's like, what's the prioritization? It's so strange. You know, you think that the planes might be the most important thing in the sim, but you would be wrong. It's a little silly. Will they make another? Oh, I have no idea.
And begin the disembarkation.
I have no clue. As long as it's better and better and better, I don't care. I mean, there's people that buy the new $70 Call of Duty game every year or whatever. One every 4 years sounds pretty good to me. All right, unload. Has anyone gotten the bandwidth too low? I haven't today, but I'm also not streaming as much as I usually do because I downloaded everything.
Let's get out of here.
Microsoft Travel Simulator? Oh no, it's just going to be called Microsoft Simulator. And they're going to work with like the Rockstar team and put all that stuff in. Their farming simulator, they're going to put that in. American Truck Simulator, that's going to be in. So you'll fly a plane and drop it off, and then somebody in American Truck Simulator is picking up the cargo from the airport and bringing it to a farm, and then they're dropping that off to the farm, and then that person flying farming simulators using the, you know, what they brought to them. It's just Microsoft Simulator is what it's going to be called. No, not GTA 5, because it's actually going to be realistic. You know, you're going to have more than one plane or two planes. You're going to, you know, have this level of depth in the plane and the farming equipment and the trucks and, you know. It'd be nice to rent a car and drive to your hotel. Then go to a tourist attraction. Yeah, then it's Planet Coaster. All right, I think we disembarked the passengers. All right, 38,000. 10,000 for the real flight bonus. All right, let me check the market here. See what new planes we might have. Aircraft market. There's a Duke, the 414. Nah. I need 80 million to buy a Phoenix. I'm a little ways off. There's a Honda Jet to rent. You definitely buy it because I'm all about planes, trains, and automobiles. Yeah. It's just like a massive MMO style game. The game would be $300. That's fine. Do you know how much people spend on World of Warcraft? For a lot of people, like, I think a lot of people really want like their one game that they need. Like for people that love World of Warcraft, that is their game. They'll literally play it their whole lives. For people that are interested in Star Citizen, that's like the promise of that game for them is like, I'll play that game forever. Yeah, $300 is nothing. Like we pay $80 for one plane. So that sounds like a bargain actually. And 500 gigs of storage is nothing. That's 1/8 of one of my hard drives. So, yeah. And we're also talking about the future, and storage gets cheaper and chips get faster, and it's even more attainable as time goes on. When is that going to be? I think tomorrow. Microsoft Simulator comes out. Yeah, that would be sweet. All right. Maybe before then we'll get career mode multiplayer though. We'll get virtual airlines in career mode where you can fly shared cockpit with people, or you can be a virtual passenger. Oh yeah, your trip started in Ohio, now you're in Greece. Yeah, especially if you're in small planes, it's nice. I'm calling what? Calling on... Are you trying to say bullshit? Am I calling on bullshit? What do you mean? I'm just making things up. I don't know what calling on BS means. Fastest thing that you've flown is a CJ4, handy for crossing large... Oh yeah, the CJ4 is awesome. The CJ4 is such a good way to get into airliners because the Proline avionics are really similar to like the CDU and MCDU you're going to use in the airline planes, in the airline, you know, like the Boeing and the Airbus. So. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get the freighter tomorrow too, dude. The 777-200 has been awesome, man. It's too bad it doesn't work in Sim Update 3 right now. It just crashes. Let's see. What do we have next? I don't really want to switch planes. 20K to go. Ooh, where's this? What the heck? Aéroport de Bonaventure. I can't speak French. $20,000 to go 144 miles with 2 passengers. The 777F or Sim Update 3? I mean, I'm guessing it's not going to work in Sim Update 3 if the current one doesn't, but who knows? It might. I'll give it a try in Sim Update 3, and if it doesn't work, I'll roll back to Sim Update 2. You want to give the longitude? Yeah, the longitude's cool. I mean, the longitude is going to be like an easier to fly CJ4 because it's got so much more automation. It's got auto throttle. It'll calculate your landing speeds, rotation speeds, all that. Yeah, Brett, I actually haven't seen that warning for a while. I don't know if that warning's in Sim Update 2 either. The takeoff emergency battery. I don't think I've seen it. Couch livery? No. I mean, the plane's not even out, so no. It can't be available. We can't have a couch livery until we have the actual plane. And like a paint kit for it or whatever. Triple 7F not out for 2020? It is, I think, yeah. Wait, is it not? I thought it was out for 2020. And tomorrow it's out for 2024. Yeah, it is out for 2020. You can buy it right now. I think it's a free upgrade. Yeah, it's right here on their site. $55. Not compatible with 24. What's in my throat? Yeah, that's annoying. I think I'm like losing my voice. Weird. My voice might... Okay, I think I'm good now. No, maybe not. I think I'm losing my voice. Yeah, it's like starting to crack. Let me go get a drink of water. I'll be right back. Alright, I think I'm okay.
Oh no! Anyway.
Oh no! Been talking too much the last 6 months, maybe. Maybe a little too much talking. Yeah, I'm okay. It's just my voice stopped working. It felt like I got like a little like something caught in my throat for a split second. It's weird. I didn't even put the flaps up. I don't know, maybe that's a sign I should take a break for a little bit. Oh, I guess I feel okay now. 777W. No, I watched they released another video like yesterday or something, and they said it's going to be delayed. 777W. Yeah, I think they said it's like just going to testing or something like that. But the freighter will be out tomorrow. Pretty sure. Alright, I don't know if I should do another one or if my voice is gonna die. I don't know what's happening. Too much talking. Should you blame Bird? Yes, yes. Definitely. I don't know. I don't think I want to do another Vision Jet flight, at least. Oh, late in the week for the W? Oh, okay. I don't even care about the 300. Like I would probably fly the 200 instead anyway. So I'm not yeah, I think the freighter is good cuz I haven't flown freighter stuff in forever. Like so it'll be nice to have a freighter variant. Oh, this is the fake career mode. I don't think we have anything new here. Yeah, no heavy airliner. The 146. Yeah, I think I flew the 146 maybe once and the RJ like maybe 2 or 3 times, but barely. I do have the RJ though. The RJ is cool. RJ is pretty sweet. I think... Yeah, I think I'm going to take a break, and then I might be back and play some, what's it called? Play some Expedition 33 when I come back, just on the Twitch side. Yeah, I'm going to take a break, eat something, chill out for a bit. Let's see who is streaming. Is Conti on? He is on. Oh, wait. Conti has the 737-500. He's got the preview. He's got the hookup. All right. So on the Twitch side, let's go raid Conti, and then I'll probably be back in a couple hours to just on the Twitch side to play something later. So if you guys want to hang out again later, I'm going to play non-flight simulator on the Twitch channel. Probably do some Expedition 33. I haven't played it in like 2 weeks, so I'll do that. And here's a link to to Conti's channel if you guys want to raid us. We're going to go over there on the Twitch side. Start the raid. I can finally pay him back for all the raids he sent my way. Alright guys, I'll see you in a few, like, I don't know, maybe an hour or two. I'm just going to take a little break, eat some food, and yeah, play some RPG tonight. See how it goes. I'm going to hang out on Conti's side, and then, yeah, GG's. When's the last time I got a CTD? Yesterday, I got one CTD flying the max on Sim Update 3. But I haven't had one since then. Not counting the ones where we do known things, like try to load the 777 in Sim Update 3. That is a known incompatible plane right now, so that'll crash you. And if you try to load any charts in the EFB, that will crash you as well. So if you don't do those things, you have a better chance. And if you are getting crashes still, I would just start removing any of your like scenery type add-ons. So, you know, not maybe airports, but things like custom lighting, jetways, the wind socks, those kind of add-ons, trees. I'd get rid of those and see if that helps your crashes just until those can get updated. It's always the same thing with the sim update that, you know, any mod can make it break. All right, guys, GG. I'll see you on Conti's channel, and maybe I'll see you in a couple hours on Twitch. All right, guys, have a good night. Bye-bye.